Alright, here we are. Hello everyone. Welcome to Umineko no Naku I already fucked it up. Umineko no Naku Koro Ni when they cry. When the seagulls cry, everything is fucked. I am going to be voice acting this alongside Matt and Sophia. We all have a list of characters we're going to be playing, and I, for one, cannot wait. But we will get to that in a moment. For now, I'm going to go ahead and unmute. This is going to be the full... Oh, why is the chat box not working? Hold up. Maybe it'll work. Yep, there we go. It's working. This chat is going to be full spoilers. I'm on push to talk on Discord, so I can talk to you guys without spoiling Sophia's stream. And then, only good things are going to happen on this family vacation. And I am unmuted over here, so Sophia and Matt can introduce themselves whenever they are ready.
Hey, I am Matthew Greenbaum. I am a voice actor. You can hear me in stuff like Genshin Impact or the currently airing, oh my god, I'm sorry, I just recently woke up, so I have to think about words properly.
Oh, mood.
Currently airing Miss Kuroitsu from the Monster Development Department, where I play Dr. Sadamaki.
Yay!
Sophia's back.
And
Hello.
we have a Sophia.
Hello.
Right.
Oh, I am Sophia. I am a VTuber, and I am very happy to be here. Hana, who are you?
I'm Hana. I am also a VTuber, and I am a perfectly normal human being, and definitely not a fox. And unlike these two, I have no professional voice acting experience. I am here to fuck around, have a good time, and ahaha.wave.
Hey, don't worry, that's what I'm here for too. Just like everything else in my life, I'm here to fuck around and find out.
Yay!
Hell yeah.
Alright, so, Matt, you haven't ever read the series before, so do you have any questions before we start up?
No, I'm excited to just be as confused as everyone in the audience is. I'm excited to find out as I'm going. You might hear me suddenly switch my reads midway through a line because I don't realize that I'm saying something as dramatic as I am.
Yes, everyone. Matt here has never read Umineko before. So...
Yeah, zero experience with this whole, franchise, really, because I've also never seen anything from Higurashi. Never watched or read any Higurashi, or watched or read any Umineko.
I've also never actually gone through any Higurashi, but I have gone through all of Umineko. I did my best to solve all of the mysteries.
And I have done both. Ha.
So we have like 3 different levels of When They Cry mastery going on here.
Yeah, I know that When They Cry franchise is one of Sophia's favorites, right?
Yeah, it's my absolute favorite.
Hell yeah.
That is also true of several people in my chat right now. I am making, I am looking directly at you, Len.
So what we're gonna be doing today, everyone, is that I will be, there's screen sharing my game, and we're gonna read it together. So we're gonna be splitting up the characters,
Yeah.
so that we can go faster and a little bit longer than I went last time. So I'm gonna go ahead and load up the game file. Both of you let me know if you can see it, okay?
I can see it, so can my chat.
Yeah, it seems good on my end.
Blame Sophia. Hey, Sachu's telling me to blame you for her liking Umineko.
You're welcome. Okay, so let's see where. Okay, so the last thing that was happening was The family members are going to a family conference. The Oshinomiya family is like stinking rich. And every year, they meet up to discuss their finances. This sound effect will be going for a while, so enjoy it.
Eat the rich. Eat the rich.
So every year they meet up to talk about their finances. They just got off the boat that takes them to this island that the family owns. And it's where they have their conference. So they just got off the boat.
Uh-oh.
So here we go. I just realized that my push attack button is the fast forward button.
Oh
Uh-oh.
no!
1 second!
Oh no!
That's so good.
That gives me time to actually figure out my Jessica voice.
Don't judge me!
I would never. Madam Lava Crimes.
But we got,
Okay,
but we got Len in the chat. Definitely judging.
this one, we got it this time. Not ham hands. Oh, that's right. Do we want ham hands or no ham hands? Matt, do you want ham hands or no ham hands?
What does that mean?
Do you want ham hands or do you want unbelievable boob physics?
Can we get both? Can we just swap between them at very jarring moments?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the cackle.
You have to play the first time with the ham hands. We'll switch later on, okay? Let's let Matt see everyone's unbelievable pachinko boobs first.
There are 3 different art packages for Umineko, and unfortunately, the good ones cannot be put into this version legally, I believe.
It's a tragedy.
So our choices are the pachinko art or the original art. And I love
Yukishi.
Yukishi.
Like the phrase pachinko boobs.
Yukishi
What
is
a term.
Yeah, Yukishi is an amazing author, artist.
Hey, I respect it. Oh my god. Oh my god. What am I looking at?
The original art. It's kind of charming, you gotta admit. Like,
It
there's
definitely
some
has a
charm.
When the Talia cries.
I mean, this
Me
looks
too.
like the kind of thing that... I mean, this looks like the kind of thing that, like, you're scrolling through Pixiv, and you find an artist that you really, really like, and you're like, gee, I wonder where they started. And then you go back to, like, their very first picture, and you go, oh.
I mean... Oh, we've got a hot take in my chat from Talia. Hot take.
Oh no.
White Guy Mitten Hands art is more expressive.
I will say, the expressions on the old art. It is more expressive, it's true.
It's not wrong. Yep. My chat is voting for White Guy Mitten Hands original flavor.
Okay. Once we get them into the house, let's switch the art.
Alright, that sounds good. They're all pretty until they actually get to the house where no one from the outside can see them, and then they just go full ham hands.
If it's at all possible, I want to see everyone in both styles, just so that we can, like, really get that comparison of, hey, what are we looking at here?
Sounds perfect.
That sounds very good.
How about every time the characters go through a door, we'll switch the art?
Perfect, yeah.
Oh my god, I love it.
Yeah,
Okay.
they enter a door and it swaps between...
This is the power of the Golden Witch.
Alright, Hana, you win. Go, Jessica.
Right, shit, what was I gonna do? Okay. Thanks for caring. This moron got so scared we had to slow down. It was seriously annoying.
Shut up. Someday, when the shoe's on the other foot, you'll remember this. Blech. At this rate, word will spread to the whole family, and I'll be the big conversation piece during dinner. Even without this, everyone be talking about me because of that 6-year gap. But now I've given them an even juicier topic. damn it. Why does the Yoshinomiya head family have to live on this isolated island? In the meantime, the boat had finished mooring. A small plank was lowered so that we could get down. One by one, our parents came up from inside the boat.
You must all be quite tired from your long trip. Madam, please allow me to assist you.
Thank you. It's been a while, Goda-san. How are you?
I thank you for your concern. It is always my pleasure to serve.
That's what I thought you'd say, you fucking brown noser.
Yeah, right? I'm sorry, I just wanted to cook.
Battler-kun, isn't this your first time meeting Goda-san? If I'm not mistaken, you weren't working here 6 years ago, right?
Indeed.
Kyrie, what did this art style do to your boobs? Jesus.
Okay,
So
but
please,
listen.
allow me to greet him for the first time. It is an honor to meet you, Battler-sama.
Okay, listen. In their defense,
Ah.
her boobs.
Okay, what did this art style do to her? Like her face is so much smaller than her head is.
Right? I told you. Her, like...
It looks like that. It looks like that meme. Have you seen that meme from Oh, what was that show about kids being eaten out of an orphanage?
The Promised Neverland?
Yeah. Have you guys seen that meme from The Promised Neverland where like they shrunk down the person's face to like a tiny size?
I always think of fucking Code Lyoko and the giant foreheads.
Oh yeah.
Oh gosh. I'm pretty confident about my height, but you're huge.
Yeah, you're
This
damn right I am.
Oh my god.
Oh right, Matt, don't forget that you have to cover the secret words.
Wait, what does that mean? What?
You'll know.
Oh, okay.
This is definitely our first meeting. I'd never forget meeting a big guy like you. It's a pleasure. I'm Battler.
I was looking forward to meeting you. I am Goda, your servant, and I've been working for the Ushiromiya head family since the year before last.
You got it. It's
Hell
like
yeah.
you work for them.
It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. If there is anything you need, please feel free to rely on me at any time. Goda-san, it's been some time. It has been too long,
Fucking
George-sama.
dweeb.
Please, allow me to assist you.
As usual, you're a pro at welcoming guests. If you ever need a job, just let me know, okay? I'd hire you anytime.
You do me too much honor. Please, allow me to assist you, Hideyoshi-sama.
Goda then lent a hand to everyone as they disembarked, greeting them as they passed. His speech and mannerisms had the refined polish of a professional. He was very graceful, in contrast with his initially tough-looking appearance. His large size made him seem a bit scary at first, but he was much more polite than my first impression had led me to believe.
Battler, do you just think that tall people are inherently rude? Are you projecting because you're tall?
I know, what does he think of himself then? He claimed to have served on the island for 2 years, but he had doubtless worked at a similar job somewhere before. After everyone disembarked, the mooring rope was untied, and the boat started to steer away from the harbor. It was probably returning to its home port on Nijima. The captain waved his hand in farewell. Maria conscientiously waved her hand back. Now that I think about it, that must be why I felt something out of place for a while now. I can't hear the cries of the seagulls. Oh, he missed the opening.
So, when I was in
Oh,
elementary
we didn't share
school...
seagull stories. We'll have to do that later.
Oh, alright. Seagull stories later. Seagulls? The birds? Yeah, like there's some other fucking kind of seagull, Jessica?
The flying cats, the water cats, obviously. If I remember correctly, whenever we came to this island in the past, the seagulls always greeted us with their lively "nya nya" cries. Because of that, whenever I hear the
Why are
cries
the
of
seagulls
seagulls
cats?
anywhere, oh, do you not? Yeah, it's like in Japanese, the word for seagull is umineko, sea cat, because they go
Oh,
nya nya.
Or, like, who hears that and goes, nya nya, when it's like
That
some horrible throat-scrambling screech?
Well, it's just that's the same thing that they say for cats. That's the same idea for cats. So does everything just go nya in Japanese?
No.
everything.
I'm pretty sure they
What the-
call... I'm pretty sure
What
they're
does
called...
the fox say? Well, it's fucking obvious. It's nya, just like everything else.
No, the fox goes... That's
Yeah,
not
I don't
too,
get it
you know,
either.
like nya.
The gorilla song. Oh my god, what's that song? Starts with that cackling. Oh, whatever.
You'll remember it randomly in the middle of this, and you'll be like, "Oh, that song!"
Feel good
Alright.
ink, that's it.
And because of that, whenever I hear the cries of seagulls anywhere else, I get the feeling that I'm coming to a family conference. Except for the small part of the island where those of the Ushiramiya head family live, Rokenjima has been left uncultivated. Makes it a paradise for wild birds. Supposedly, there was a cliff somewhere that housed a huge seagull colony, so this island was always full of seagulls. Not having those seagulls here to greet us made me feel a bit lonely.
Aren't seagulls, like, scavengers?
They're just assholes.
I guess a lot of stuff dies on this island, question mark?
Well-
Maybe they take out the trash. Maybe like the trash collection.
The entire family is the trash?
Not wrong. Oh. What's wrong, Battler-kun? Oh, Rosa! Nah, it's nothing really. I was just thinking about it, how it's a bit lonely without the cries of the
Okay,
seagulls.
that's true. Maria's
Molly,
good.
that's true now that you mention it. Even though they're always so noisy, today there isn't one to be seen. Ugh. Why no seagulls? Maybe it's because the seagulls are having a get-together somewhere else, too. Maria, did you want to see the seagulls?
I'm gonna say,
I
Jessica,
wanted to see them.
I love her, but not.
Still,
She's...
it's a bit strange there isn't even a single
Yeah.
one around. And maybe Jessica grilled them all up and ate them.
Yes, Battler, I did exactly that, and now that you know, I have to start the murders early.
Oh
It's the plot!
The hell? Don't say disturbing stuff like that! You'll get Maria believing it!
no!
The screen went black?
Yeah, Sophia disconnected for a second there.
Uh-oh. Okay, please hold.
Let's have some calm, relaxing elevator music, such as...
So, while we wait for Sophia... Oh, hello, Sophia. While Sophia gets reset up, I'm going to share a story about seagulls. So, when I was in elementary school, every Friday, the school I went to did this thing where they would sell popcorn. You could get a little thing of popcorn for a quarter. And, you know, kids fucking love popcorn. You know what else fucking loves popcorn? Yeah. And apparently the seagulls can, like, tell time because they were barely any around any other day of the week. But every Friday, just seagulls covering the entire playground, the entire school, everywhere. Just seagulls.
Mine is so one time when I was young, my sister and I were on a beach, and she and I went out to get some hot dogs. And I don't know if you've ever tried to eat a hot dog on the beach, but that doesn't go very well most of the time. Because seagulls just kind of swoop down and take them. So that happened to my sister. But then the follow-up to it was that my sister looked up to the sky to, like, you know, yell at the seagull that was taking her hot dog.
Oh
and then
no!
As she looks up and starts to open up her mouth to yell, a different seagull poops in her mouth.
Oh no!
Oh,
It's like the really, just the real 1-2 punch of seagull fuckery.
No!
Oh no!
Also, hello, Kay.
Oh, let's see. What's my seagull story is about murder.
Is it an Umineko story?
No, not even that. Oh, I forgot to put my alerts on this screen. 1 second. Thank you so much for following, by the way. Okay, so
Hello, Vaxercon.
my seagull
Welcome.
story is that when I was a kid, I used to live by the beach, and one of our favorite things to do was during low tide, we would go out into the tidal pools and we would collect crabs, you know? And we would have a contest to see who could put the most crabs in their pool. And what we didn't realize was that when we were done like putting our crabs in their tide pools, we were making a seagull buffet.
Oh no.
Oh no! The poor
And
crabs!
we would come back and our poor crabs would have been eaten by all the local seagulls.
Oh no.
And we didn't realize this until like years later. We were like, oh, that's what was happening. That's where our crabs kept going.
Oh my
You
god.
like single-handedly turned them into an endangered species at that beach.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Time for crab.
Crab do taste good. I can't blame the seagulls.
See, with Matt's story, I was just thinking, I've never had seagulls steal my food out of my hands. You know what I have had, though? Fucking
What?
squirrels.
Oh, really?
Squirrels! At the college I went to, if you had, like, a sandwich from the, what do they call it at a college? It's not a cafeteria, it's the... whatever? Canteen. If you get food from the college campus, you come out with a sandwich, the squirrels fear nothing. They do not fear God nor man. They will just walk up and take your sandwich out of your fucking hands.
Good.
Good. It looks like my stream is back now, so I think we can continue.
I do not see you on my end.
I don't see it on Discord. Your stream is still ended on Discord.
Okay,
Yeah.
let me open it up on Discord. Thank you.
Anyway, this is why squirrels are the worst.
Also, speaking of seagulls, if anyone hasn't seen Seagulls Stop It Now, which is a bad lip sync of Star Wars, I think episode 4, it's brilliant. It's so good.
Oh, I see my power as the Witch of Art shift. Already, Alright.
Okay, let's resume.
The hell, don't say disturbing stuff like that. You'll get Maria believing it.
Jessica and Nathan grilled him. Jessica and Nathan grilled him.
I told you, if you know that, then I have to kill everyone. I mean, I did not. Why the hell would I do something like that?
That's right. Jessica grilled him. Skin and meatballs, liver and onion. Swimming meatballs. Liver and onion. As I made fun of Jessica, Maria tagged along, looking like she was having fun. What are you teaching her?
Yeah, that is a serial killer in the making. What the fuck?
Oh, I never guessed she was
No
such a good
comment.
sport. Alrighty then. From today on, I'll make you my #1 follower. As I smiled at her, she beamed, looking overjoyed. Possibly because she was happy about this little connection we'd made with each other.
That's not it, Maria-chan. I've heard wild birds are attuned to changes in the weather and atmospheric pressure. The weather will probably get worse tonight. The seagulls might have returned to their nests early.
Ugh. Not grilled? Jessica Oni-chan didn't grill him?
No, no! I wouldn't do something like that! Battler, you admit right now that you lied.
Adler-kun? Maria-chan is a naive girl, so she takes even jokes seriously. You should choose your jokes more carefully.
George Aniki gently scolded me. Even though I outstripped Aniki in height, Aniki was Aniki, of course. There was no choice but to obediently apologize.
I think you have other choices, Battler. Like, start making fun of George instead.
Yeah! Change the target. Sure, my bad. Maria, that was a joke. The seagulls are taking it easy in their nest today, that's all. Battler lied. George Oni-chan told the truth. Had she actually been tricked despite all the fun she was having? Her pure eyes made me feel guilty.
George deserves so much getting dunked
Maybe I went
on.
a little overboard with her after all. Yeah, that's right. What George Aniki said is true. The weather's bad, so they probably went home for the day. It doesn't mean they're gone. Right, Aunt Rosa? That's right. Tomorrow, when the weather gets better, I'm sure they'll come back so we can hear them crying meow meow like they usually do.
Talia, we are always on the George is the worst
I'll wait till the
train.
weather gets better and they come back.
Part of the reason
Gonna wait
I'm doing
until
this on
tomorrow.
my own stream,
Gonna wait until the weather's
it has no spoil. It has the
Ugh.
spoiler chat, is so that we can dunk on
Maria was in a
George.
lighter mood and was
Because
looking
Sophia's
forward to
chat
tomorrow
doesn't know that
when
George
the
is the
seagulls would
worst.
come back and fill the skies.
Look at that smug fucking face that she had.
I know, right? Maria's such a good girl.
Maria is the best. I love her.
Still, George Aniki was really amazing at taking care of kids. I think I remember Aniki taking good care of me as well when I was a brat 6 years ago. Aniki,
He says-
that's probably your gift,
He says that as if he's not still a brat.
right? Oh, if you want to, I bet you do a great job with childcare, don't you think?
Because he is mentally a 5-year-old, I mean. Yeah, it's almost like George Nissan was born to do something like that. Personally, I think that'd suit you better than doing business in some company president's office.
Oh no. Childcare is a fine career path. But it's not a job where merely liking children is enough.
You really are modest, George-kun. But Battler-kun is good with children too. Just a second ago, even though it didn't last long, Maria seemed to be having a lot of fun. Please, keep on playing with her like you did just now. Just choose your jokes more carefully, okay?
George is a joke.
Aunt Rosa winked at me, giggling a little. She's a real mother, I thought to myself. Is happy to see Maria having fun.
Oh.
Come on, Rosa. New brats too. What the hell are you doing? Let's get going.
Okay, we're coming.
Rosa sucks
The old
so
bastard
much.
was waiting for us to catch up. I said a bad word, what am I gonna do? I have a well-timed bonk. 1 second.
It's okay. Battler is the one who said the bad word, not you. You're fine.
Oh, that's true. Battler said a bad word. We should bonk him.
Oh, Battler deserves to get bonked. Except,
Bonk, bonk.
I think he might be into getting bonked, so... bonking
makes it
feedback
really-
loop.
That makes it really difficult.
Right?
Yeah, we need to get going. We might as well have this conversation after setting our luggage down in our rooms.
Now then, everyone, allow me to lead you to the guest house where you'll be spending the night. Please, this way.
Goda-san called to everyone and led the way. Kumasawa-san brought up the rear. I love all the photos in this game. I love that, Rukishi went out to, like, real locations for these.
That is cool.
It's really... Yeah, there's a website I saw not too long ago where you can put in a photo and does like a filter to turn it into an Umineko background.
Well, I assume
That
that's what
sounds
this
really
is, right?
cool.
This is a, I'm assuming this is a real picture just with a filter on it?
Yes?
Yeah. You can actually, like, go to the, mansion that the house is based off of. It's, like, in Tokyo, I think, right? It's, like, on the Tokyo train
Nice.
line.
But is there the portrait of the witch in it?
Let's go there and do some real murder.
No! Though I do
Yes!
wanna go there.
Well, no,
Yeah.
we have to do the murders with magic, though.
Oh, okay. Alright, I'll continue. Sorry for getting sidetracked. A serpentine twisting path led through a dim forest. It ran a bit uphill. I guess the path was made all twisty so the slope wouldn't seem too steep. But personally, I'd have been happier if they'd had the guts to make some stairs in a straight line. Which do you guys prefer, by the way? Do you prefer, like, twisty? This is for you too, chat. Do you prefer, like, twisty slope stairs or, like, straight up?
I mean, personally, I don't do anything straight, so the twisty is fine with me.
I like straight stairs because I'm already bad at knowing which way I'm going, and if my directions get turned around too much, I will get lost going somewhere.
Oh, that's fair.
Even if
That
the
chat
path
does-
is only going one way.
I mean, I'm not saying that. I'm saying, like, if you need to come back, you know, then it's like, ah, shit. Which, like, obviously you'd need multiple staircases for that to be a problem. But if there are, twisty would only make it more confusing for me.
Yes, Kay,
I get
you're
that, I
coming
get
too?
that. Like,
Let's do some murders.
Let's see. The chat is saying, things that are not a trip hazard. Twisty, straight because the twisty slopes are a pain to climb. If it's really steep, give me a switchback. Yeah, I think for me, I like the twisty because I like to look at the scenery when I'm going. And also, I'm really afraid of heights. So if it's steep and I'm going straight up them, like, I get really spooked.
Mhm.
Like, when I was trying to climb up the Great Wall of China,
Wait, when you were
Holy-
what?
I went to China once, and, like, you can, like, walk around the stairs that go around the wall, and they're, like, a straight shot, and, it feels so weird to climb them, because you're climbing them, and you're great, and then you stop and you look down, and you're like, oh, that's a
Oh,
straight
well, that's your
shot.
mistake. You can't look down.
That's true. That's probably, honestly, that is the mistake.
If you don't look down, how are you gonna know how far you fall if you fall to your doom?
You know, that's a good point.
Hana has a good point. Oh, so, 1 moment. I'm going to be putting a shout out in chat. I see we have some new people here. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. My stream is no spoilers, but if you want to go talk about spoilers for the series, please head over to Hana's stream.
Hello!
Hana is spoiler friendly, and I know that, like, rereading the series, there's a lot of stuff that you guys want to talk about. So go ahead and do it there if you want to, okay?
Yes, my stream is the spoiler chat. Similarly, that means if you're in my chat and you don't know the spoilers, then go ahead and head over to Sophia. I don't know if I have the... Okay, I don't have the Sophia... I don't have the shout-out command set up. I'm not good
No
at...
problem.
But
Also, is my mic any better? Let me know. I'm gonna continue, but let me know if my mic is still cutting out.
let me go ahead and just
No
drop a
doubt
link.
they made the path twist on purpose to put on airs of distance and importance. Before long, we saw garden-style stone steps. From here on, I do have some memories. Go up these, and at the top of the stone steps, we saw a beautiful guest house. This isn't a door, by the way, so we can't change sprites yet.
Ah, damn.
Its facade was lovely, of course, but more importantly, we couldn't enter its doors and switch sprites without having our hearts stolen by the splendor of the beautiful rose garden spreading before it.
That's right, Jisoo.
Ah! It's as beautiful as ever this year. A real delight for the eyes.
After climbing the stone steps, the people greeted by this rose garden gave voice to their impressions one by one.
Is it just me, or are the flowers a little less lively this year? It's probably because it wasn't that hot this summer.
I also believe that was a factor. Sadly, this year's blooming is a tad inferior when compared to last year's.
Even so, it was a delightful rose garden. I remembered that even 6 years ago, huge numbers of roses had greeted us every year. This rose garden was the first thing that greeted the people who came to Rokenjima.
Other than, the forest and the stairs and the harbor and the seagulls, there's a
And the
lot
rocking of the boat.
There's a lot of first things that greet you when you come to Rokenjima.
Hell yeah.
It's like Disney's
The first
first day character.
This is, I guess the most important one to Valor. So apparently this is a real garden that you could, visit. Even our parents, who came every year, couldn't help but give voice to their admiration. In fact, it seemed to have undergone a power-up from the garden in my memory 6 years ago.
A super mushroom, to be precise. This place is always so amazing. It would be wonderful to have a rose garden like this at home.
Oh, also, chat, let me know if the music is too bad.
What Sophia said.
Give it up. Who do you think would take care of it?
You, bitch.
Roses are a real pain with bugs and diseases to worry about.
One sec, I was just switching the music.
Mm-hmm.
Well, from what I've heard, Kairi Nason takes care of her rose every day and makes sure no bugs get anywhere near it, right?
Is that a euphemism for... Huh?
Wait, is it?
That is definitely a euphemism, yes.
Yeah, that's
Oh
unquestionably
my
a
god!
euphemism for
Wait,
something.
are you
Yes.
for real? I thought Kairi was a rose gardener!
No, it's referring to
No.
Kraus.
No, that's definitely referring...
Did you really not realize, Sophia?
Sophia.
I legitimately thought all these years, I read this when it first came out, I thought all these years that Kairi had a rose gardening hobby.
No, rose singular. It means Kraus. It means Rudolph because for some reason, Kraus is not pretty enough to be a rose. I'm sorry, fuck you, Kraus. Not
Don't
Kraus,
worry,
fuck
Sophia.
you.
I know this series really well, so I can teach you all about it.
Oh!
Huh? What are you talking about?
That's right. So in this person's case, the rose goes after the insects like some nasty carnivorous plant.
Oh my gosh, it makes so much more sense now!
Oh my god, how did you read that?
How did you
Not
know?
Like, what the fuck kind of rose garden actually actively pursues insects? Oh, I love that. Oh, so that's what you mean. Come on, Rosa. Did you give that a rest just for today? I've put that sort of thing completely behind me.
Liar alert! Liar
I
alert!
wonder why. After all, you're a womanizer on an almost genetic level.
No need to worry, Rosa-san. When a rose gives you too much trouble, it's always best to snip it at the root. Snip, snip.
Snip.
Oh, such frightening talk this is. Yoda I am.
Guys who are popular with ladies are always forced to live dangerously. I sure hope I turn out a bit prettier in my next life. Yoshi Nissan, like I keep saying, it isn't like that at all. Kairi, stop it! You're freaking me out.
Snip,
Rose
snip.
Yeah, that is still him. You've made my rose wilt.
Everything's different now.
Hey, Maria-chan, look over here.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank God for Onigi.
Yeah, let's
Well, let's snip this one too.
distract. The adults are talking about vaginas for some reason. They just won't stop. Like they're just going. These roses are especially magnificent.
Magnificent roses? Ooh. Smells pretty sweet. Look, this suits my elegance perfectly.
Hey, cut it out. Maria's gonna imitate you and get hurt by the thorns. Oh wait, that's actually it. Maria's gonna imitate you and get hurt by the thorns.
She yelled at me as I leaned in to smell the rose's scent with an exaggerated gesture. I thought she was overreacting, but when I turned around, I saw Maria imitating my every gesture and George Aniki smiling
Maria is
broadly
so
at us.
cute.
Man, George is such a babysitter by default.
Yeah, right. He seems like a sweet guy.
Like, Jessica's
Looking at
trying, but
Maria-chan. Yeah. Hey, no, Maria-chan, be careful. Those thorns can hurt.
ugh. George Oni-chan. Only this rose is strange. Ugh.
Strange? What's wrong?
Maria pointed at a single rose. I immediately understood why she found it odd. In the midst of all these magnificent roses, one single rose was just starting to wilt. There wasn't any particular reason. Some roses flourish, and others wilt. That's all there was to it. But Maria seemed very concerned about about the only unhealthy one in the group. It must have made her feel lonely.
Maria is such a good kid.
So, you're sad for this rose because it's the only one that isn't healthy.
Ugh. The others are all healthy, but this one's sad.
Well, they all bloom and wither at their own paces. I'll bet this one's just starting to wilt early because it got to bloom before any of the others.
Yeah, that's right. It probably just bloomed like crazy, fulfilled its duty, and went to sleep. You shouldn't get so worked up about it. Ugh. It seemed that Maria's pure, sensitive nature was making her feel some emotional pain for the rose that wilted alone. Even though she understood the logic of it, it still felt lonely to her.
Then,
He's such a
Maria-chan,
good kid.
why don't you look after this rose until we leave?
Ugh. George Aniki straightened up and felt around in his pocket. He then took out the wrapper from the candy he had been sucking on the plane. He twisted it into a thin string, then gently tied it to the rose as a sort of marker.
Hey, that's pretty cute.
Let's mark it with this. Later on, you can come and give it some water. I'm sure Mr. Rose will be happy.
George is... I'm sorry, like, this is a good move on George's part.
Yeah, he's a very sweet dude.
Ugh!
It's so hard to
Let me get
not
it
say
right.
anything!
I think you should give Mr. Rose here a name. I'm sure that'll make it happy, and you'll get to know it a little better.
A name? A name. Ugh. Though she still bore her usual sullen face, Maria crossed her arms and began to consider this intently. At the very least, she appeared to have been pulled out of her slump. Nice going, Aniki.
George Nissan has always been really understanding. Can't help but I don't respect anyone who wears a suit that ugly, I'm sorry.
Hey, I like that suit.
What, the fucking piss yellow?
Yeah, it's so hard to actually have, like, like, an interesting looking suit, you know, like, dressing up, like, in dresses, you get so many different options for looking, like, cute or interesting or whatever. Men's suits, it's just like, well, fuck it. Do you want to have a black suit or a white suit? Or
Or a
sometimes
highlighter
blue
yellow
suit?
suit.
I'm
I'll
not
grant you
saying it-
this, but I don't think
not saying it looks
radioactive
the best.
Mountain Dew is the way to go with it.
Yeah, I'm not saying it looks the best, but I respect the, what do you call it? I respect the bold choice. It's tough to make a bold choice with menswear.
Alright, fine. Yeah, we're not gonna get to see
Yeah,
why in this
I
episode.
guess he was just born that way. We've got to start picking up tips.
Was this garden just as magnificent when you were all kids?
It was only after I stopped living here that it grew so big. Before that, the garden was simpler, though I'm still attached to that one. Nissan fiddled with it too much, with that vaguely bad taste of his. I liked it much better before.
Ava, you've got to think positive. Setting aside how it used to look, its beauty now is something to be admired. You'll be able to relax a lot better if you look at it this way. Or that way, or something like that.
I didn't mean it like that. I was just saying that I wanted you to see the garden the way it was before, too.
Everyone, if you please. I shall guide you to your rooms now.
Goda-san called everyone to ask if we were ready, but our hearts had been completely stolen away by the rose garden that none of us had seen for a year. So we didn't pay much attention to him. Oh, poor Goda.
And Goda deserves it.
Since we weren't a travel group, it wasn't like we had a strict schedule to follow. Besides, since our parents were visiting their old home, full of nostalgia, it wasn't like they had to let themselves be urged on by anyone or anything. Understanding the situation, Goda-san continued to wait, smiling widely, until our parents got tired of the roses and told him to guide us to our rooms. We going through a door yet? Nope.
Oh?
Still no doors.
Hey! If it isn't Kanon-kun! It's been so long, how are you doing?
Uncle Hideyoshi suddenly shouted. In the direction he was waving was a slender boy. Meeting him right after a huge man like Goda probably emphasized his small stature. The boy was in the middle of transporting piled up gardening tools and the like in a wheelbarrow. When he realized he was being told to stop, he set down the wheelbarrow, took his hat off, and bowed his head.
Good afternoon.
I figured he was probably younger than me. And I realized by the general atmosphere surrounding him that he was another servant. He greeted us in response to Uncle Hideyoshi's call, but he seemed to be he seemed like he might be pretty unsociable most of the time. It was a greeting that lacked feeling.
way that the game just called him a servant sounded very Fate-like.
Oh, it's gonna get worse.
Yeah,
Get excited.
yeah, he's a saber
When
class.
Goda-san noticed that our
Noble
interests had shifted
Phantasm,
towards
Energy
him,
Sword
he
Sunday.
went to the boy's side and introduced him to us.
Adler-sama, allow me to introduce you. This is one of the servants of the Ushiromiya head household. Kanon-san, greet our guest.
I'm pleased to meet you. I am the servant.
Saber.
Allow me to show you my noble phantasm.
No comment. Yep. My first impression wasn't wrong. He seemed to be unsociable, or at least not so good at talking. Compared to Goda-san, who was extraordinarily polished as a servant, you couldn't help but feel an inexperience typical of his age. When Goda-san urged him in a whisper to give a bit more of an
Look
introduction,
at Kanon's
the boy
face
named Kanon only cast his eyes downward.
when he has to introduce himself to Battler.
Kanon-san, could you perhaps give them a little more of a greeting?
Because we
Our furniture! It's time!
It's time!
We're going to IKEA. He didn't seem to be refusing to greet us out of spite. Rather, he seemed to have fallen silent because he didn't know what else to say to us in greeting.
Well, Kanon's shy and doesn't tend to talk much. He might not be that sociable, but deep down he's a really good person. And don't get him wrong. You've been working here for 3 years, haven't you? Pretty sure you started a year before Goda-san, right?
Even though he wasn't exactly giving a terrible first impression, Jessica hurriedly backed him up.
Battler, what would you think was a terrible first impression if We Are Furniture isn't a bad one?
I can't believe no one's like, what are you talking about, Kanon-kun? I see. Apparently his unsociable nature causes him a lot of trouble. Okay then, nice to meet you. I'm Battler. I'm 18. How old are you? He fell silent, as though wondering whether or not it was a question he'd have to answer. But here we go again. Jessica plowed ahead.
If I remember correctly, Kanon's 2 years younger than us, so 16, right?
Yes, that is correct.
It looked like he would have preferred not to tell us his age if given the choice. That was probably because he thought we'd look down on him for it. I remember that when I was around his age, I hated being asked how old I was by adults. I see, 16, huh? That's gotta be a delicate time. Which means I probably asked something I shouldn't have. I'm glad you're about our age. Just be cool and call me Battler. And I'll call you Kanon.
Thank you very much. But the sentiment alone...
No,
is sufficient,
Talia!
Battler-sama.
Jessica looked panicky for some reason. She seemed to think my impression of Kanon was getting worse because of his refusal. Well, as a girl, Jessica probably couldn't understand the fretful male-hearted... What? Meant... Alright.
Yeah, it's so difficult to understand how a male mind works. God, don't you wish that it
No.
was easier
Can't relate.
As his elder, even by just 2 years, I took it upon myself to be understanding of that.
Kanon-san, could you perhaps be a little more courteous? Smiling face is also part of a servant's duty.
Go fuck yourself, Genji-san. Not
That's
Genji.
Goda.
Goda, listen.
Yoda.
How dare you say fuck Genji?
That's Kinzo's job, I mean, what?
Whoa. My apologies.
I shall make an effort.
Oh, Goda-san, Kanon-kun is trying his best, yes?
It looked like he was often warned about being unsociable. And apparently he hadn't improved one bit. Goda-san kept his business smile, but let a small sigh of resignation escape.
Well then, I still have work to do.
Isn't your
I
right
feel like
hand getting
losing.
tired?
He's waiting for a bird to land there, obviously. It looked like Konan himself was uncomfortable with remaining silent here any longer. After another perfunctory bow, he turned around and started pushing the wheelbarrow again. Just then, the wheelbarrow suddenly wobbled and fell, scattering the load! I guess the wheelbarrow's single wheel got caught on the pebble and lost its balance.
What do you think you're doing? Now, clean it up quickly.
Goda-san urged him to hurry in a quiet voice, as though hinting that it was shameful for a servant to appear clumsy in front of guests.
Goda has never heard of the clumsy maid trope.
Konan-kun wordlessly reloaded the wheelbarrow with the fallen objects, as if to say that he understood quite well without being told so. He seemed to be fine with the light-looking gardening tools, shovels and such, but he looked like he was having trouble getting his arms around and lifting up some sacks of fertilizer.
I'm glad, Talia. Are you okay? You're so careless. Here.
The lady will dirty your garments. Please, leave this to us.
Did I fucking ask you, Goda?
I'm so sorry, that was out of place.
God, I'm being so mean to everyone when I'm acting, I'm sorry.
With a smooth motion, Goda-san took the shovel that Jessica had picked up. Behind him, Konan-kun was having trouble with the sacks of fertilizer. Ugh. You'll dirty your garments? Don't worry, the ones I'm wearing aren't that expensive.
Bullshit, look at that fancy ass suit.
Yeah, they're expensive and they're also white.
Yeah, they're like custom tailored. They've got the Ushiromiya one-winged eagle on it.
For real, like, this family is so rich that they're like, yeah, no, let me just get my suit dirty, it's fine. I have another one.
Like, okay, props to Battler for being the kind of guy who's like, nope, I'm gonna help. Like, you know, he's got a good point here. If you want to be a good person, then help people when they need it. But, like, Battler, that suit is, in fact, expensive, you bougie fuck.
True talk. Don't worry though, the ones I'm wearing aren't that expensive. Besides, I hate guys who just sit there and make the waitress pick up the fork they dropped at a restaurant. I lifted up the other bags that had fallen. Of course, they weren't light, but for me it was a piece of cake. Konan-kun looked at me, surprised. It was the face of someone who'd never expected to receive help from a guest.
Battler-sama, don't worry about it. I will take care of everything, so...
Don't you worry. I may not look it, but I've got it where it counts.
Battler, why do you make that sound like innuendo?
Oh. Oh! Oh.
Oh, sorry, Sophia.
This has been a very educational stream for me. I'm learning a lot
I
more.
actually don't think that was innuendo.
No, it wasn't, but when he's making the face with the pachinko sprites, it sounds like innuendo anyway. Just anything he says with that face.
I can see it now. Oh no. Since Konan-kun looked like he hadn't gone through his growth spurt, he was stuck with a sort of weak body. This kind of weight must have been too much for him. It's too much for me, too.
It's quite heavy. It's natural that it'll be difficult for you. You little bitch. Don't worry about it, Kanon-kun.
Okay, my time to shine. This makes up for the boat stuff from before, right?
The butt stuff from before, right? Ah! As if this could make up for freaking out like that. Later, I'll tell you all about it, too, Kanan-kun.
So Matt, when they took the boat to the island, Battler cried the whole way.
Battler has a phobia of, like, any vehicle that travels over, like, 20 miles an hour.
Oh my god, my perspective of Battler just did such a 180 right there. I just went from like...
Battler was
oh,
totally
what a-
hilarious.
What a lovable, but like, whatever dipshit, to like, oh, my sweet baby boy! Oh!
Let's see,
Yeah,
okay,
that's about it.
he hates boats because they rock. He hates planes because what if they fall? We don't know that he hates cars, but I have a strong suspicion. Just anything over 20 miles an hour, and nope, Battler can't handle it. He's fucking screaming.
He'd probably be finding Kanan's wheelbarrow then. Alright, moving on. Gonna fall! Fall! Ugh. As they did this, I piled all the stuff back into the wheelbarrow.
I beg your forgiveness for letting you witness such unsightliness.
Now, that's quite enough. Please, go.
Letting the guests who were supposed to feel welcome see such a disgraceful thing must have been hideously embarrassing for a servant. Pressed by Goda to hurry up and go, Kanan-kun left.
And then we hear one lone gunshot off in the distance.
Oh no!
You hear that, Goda-san? That's what's going to happen to you next. You're too
The
harsh.
murders have already begun.
You're too harsh on him, Goda-san. Couldn't you have helped him instead of just being a bully? Bitch.
That was wrong of me. I deeply implore your forgiveness.
Without even a twitch in his smile, Goda-san apologized elegantly.
Kanon-kun has a ton of things he's good at too. It's just that being young works against him all the time. It's a crying shame.
Well, it's a prickly age. Let's just leave him be. After all, close-mouthed servants are the best kind. Isn't that right, Kumisawa-san?
Oh, Rudolph-sama, you truly are harsh. There is no servant as silent as me, of course.
Bullshit!
Oh.
Everyone smiled rarely at the obvious lie. Even she herself didn't believe that. Not in her wildest dreams. So, she must have said it to lighten the mood. Yeah, that's the kind of character Kumasawa Bachan used to be.
No shit, child.
The once stiff atmosphere had cleared up at once thanks to her cheerful smile.
I'd like to set down our luggage soon. Goda-san, what rooms are we all going to take?
It shall be the same as the previous year. Allow me to guide you. Please, this way.
We headed towards a trim, elegantly simple guest house. This was gonna be our temporary quarters for the night. Ugh. Conan watched overhead as the guests all entered that guest house. Then, he let his eyes fall on those heavy sacks of fertilizer piled up in the wheelbarrow. In his mind, he kept going over his previous mistake. Battler, big and strong, had picked up the sacks in front of him. The sacks Conan couldn't lift himself, as if they were feathers. It would be extremely difficult for an outside observer to guess what emotions that favor had stirred up in Conan. But as far as you could tell by watching him hang his head, there was something that he just couldn't let go of. Muttered words escaped his lips. But those words he murmured were so soft that they didn't even reach his own ears. Kanan hung his head, slightly biting his lower lip.
You know what? Like, by all means, those were quite literally giant sacks of shit. So, you know what?
True.
Let Battler have them.
Ah,
Oh my god, it's a Pokemon evolution! Dun,
went through a
dun,
door.
dun, 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 dun.
I remember the Rose Garden, but I don't remember this guest house at all. Was it built recently? Oh shit. Torayan
Torayon.
was written on a gatepost-like thing, but since everyone called it the guest house, I followed their lead. The brand new Western-style guest house, which stood overlooking the roses, had a magnificent design carefully done in harmony with the garden.
Oh my god, George!
Oh no!
It's so bad!
That might be the worst, yeah. Correct, it was built the year before last. Ever since then, we've had a sleepover here.
It's charming, is it? This place is more fun than that junky old mansion you knew. I wish my room was over here.
Ugh. I want a room here too. I want one. I guess you could say my own house was upper class, but to me, it felt completely ordinary compared to the head family.
Battler, you bougie fuck.
I feel like that's like a summary for this whole stream right now. Balor, you bougie. The display of wealth was shocking, as was the fact that they built this kind of awesome guest house for guests who only came a few times a year.
Hideyoshi-sama. Please, do make use of this room. Rudolph-sama, Kairi-sama, please take this room here.
Why does Ham Hands Goda's face look like a squash of some kind?
See, Eva looks good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say, this is, like, she's actually, like, totally fine.
Yeah, a very simplistic
like-
art style, but it works for her.
Yeah, it's like the guy who, like, you said the writer also made all of these, right? This is, like,
Yeah,
That's right.
personal art. It's like he drew this one, and then was, like, trying to, like, pitch the rest of it to like, the people who were going to, like, produce, the book. And, he like pitched it with only this one drawing, and they were like, "Oh yeah, this is great. Go ahead and like draw the rest of them." And he was like,
You know, I would not be surprised. Like, a couple of the Ham Hands drawings, like, Battler is really good in this style. He's really expressive. And, you know, Eva looks fine. But then you've got George.
George was rough.
At the end of the stream, Matt, you're gonna have to pick your favorite ham hands and your least favorite ham hands.
Noted.
Oh my god, alright. I really do love how beautiful and elegant this place is. Western-style architecture truly is wonderful.
I can handle Western design for a few days, but any longer than that, and you need the good old Japanese look. Japanese people just relax best on tatami mats. They've been fighting over whether to make our new house Japanese style or Western style. Mom still holds a grudge about Dad having the construction started with the Japanese layout, and they bicker all the time about it.
Oh, that's right. Lynn is mentioning that the third series in the When They Cry series looks really good because of the different coloring.
I'm really jealous, George Nissan. Your parents get along well, don't they? Mine are so frosty. Then again, they're always in sync when it comes to my grades.
Oh, NSYNC, I love that band.
No.
Bye. All the rooms seemed to be for 2 people. I was grateful, since I wasn't gonna be forced to share the same room with the old bastard under the pretext that we were family. And anyway, I figured those 2 wouldn't be able to enjoy themselves with someone like me around, hehe.
I will just tell you now, Sophia, if Battler goes ee-hee-hee, he's probably making a lewd joke.
Oh gosh.
So now that I've ruined everything for you,
Thanks.
what's with that creepy smile?
I didn't even think about that in this context.
You're
So
thinking
does that
about
mean that
something
he's
dirty,
Is he
aren't
just
you?
talking about going off on his own, or is he talking about doing stuff with the cousins?
He's talking... No, he's saying it's good that he's not rooming with Kyrie and Rudolph, because then they can get it on without him being there.
Them. Okay, fair.
Just casually talking about his parents' sex life.
Hey, you
Oh,
know, like you do.
Like you do. And,
Good.
you know, the game comes out and says it right after.
Something dirty, of course not. Please enjoy your stay. Oh! That hurts, you old bastard.
Okay, honest question, who the fuck is this?
That's Rudolph.
Oh my god, what a change in
Once
style.
again, Dad pulled my ears from behind.
Cut the crap. I'm getting a stomachache, and I'm not in the mood for this. You're the guest of honor this time around. So play as nice as possible with Dad and Aniki and the rest. At the very least, be careful of what you say. Wait, it's not their dad then. Or it's not his dad then, because this guy's talking about Dad.
No, this is...
No.
They're talking... When Rudolph says dad, he's referring to Battler's grandfather, Kinzo.
Oh, okay, got it. At the very least, be careful of what you say in front of Dad, got it? His wisecracks don't go too well with him. Jessica-chan, what's the head's mood been like lately?
Same as last year, I guess? Considering they say he's got 3 months left to live, he's as lively, grumpy, and irritable as ever.
Meaning, this year he's in his usual bad mood.
Right, Len?
And as usual, the only one who's able to look after him is Genji-san.
It seems the master will open his heart to no one else. Lately, us small people have not even been granted an audience with him. He's shut himself up in his study again, probably doing nothing but that weird black magic of his. What he does for a hobby is his own damn business, but when he starts stinking up the house, it really gets on my nerves. Wish he'd never come out of that study again.
You shouldn't talk like that about the elderly. We're all indebted to him, since he rebuilt the Ushiromiya family. You should be more grateful.
No, but he's got that old person stink.
After being rebuked by George Onagi, Jessica had no choice but to take back her thoughtless remark. The Oshiromiya family was wealthy beyond belief, bougie you might even say, but of course, that meant all its members were a bit strange, and completely out of touch with the world at large.
You know what? Battler, being aware of that fact actually makes you better than most of them.
Good job, here, we'll give him a star.
Not as bad as you could have been.
Not as badler as he could have been.
God damn it. Hey!
Yeet. And on top of the chain, the family head, our grandfather, seemed especially strange and terrifying, even for our family.
Oh, desire.
Dad said he was getting a stomachache earlier, and I imagine that reflected the honest feelings of all the adults here today. And no doubt they were jealous of us grandchildren, who could simply play around and laugh without a care. From the stories Dad told me, the family head was a violent man who ruled with his fists, his ham hands, beating his children, even his daughters, mercilessly with a sword. Oh, not ham hands.
Ham hands would have probably been softer.
If he was so strict and uptight about that, why couldn't he have been a bit more conservative with his kids' names? Because of that, even his grandkids have had to suffer. Anyway, I can't say I have any trouble believing those terrifying stories about him. I don't remember meeting him very often, but I think I recall him looking extremely grumpy all the time, always making people cower with that sharp gaze of his. I remember that the room's atmosphere got so tense whenever he was around, you couldn't even breathe. What my dad said about me being the guest of honor now carries a little bit more oomph for me. 6 years ago I was in elementary school, but I'm a high schooler now. If I act up, things could get serious. Oh, scary.
He does look frightening, but he's not so terrifying that you need to tense up like that.
No,
Nothing of what he says is truly unreasonable.
Bullshit!
He may be clumsy at talking, but he's a very logical person.
But George Nissan, you've been the family darling since, like, forever because of your awesome grades, right? Grandfather treats us completely different.
He should. I'm better than you.
Oh, go fuck yourself, you piss-suit bastard! I've even gotten slapped with a wooden sword! On my ass! My ass! On my maidenly innocent ass!
I want just that line taken out of context and just, like, put into other scenes.
God damn it!
Like, throw that into the
Someone
scene with... Somebody, like, put that into that one scene from Lord of the Rings that's like, you have my bow, and my sword, and my ass! My maidenly innocent ass!
Oh no.
Oh, you're the heiress of the head family, Jessica-chan. Grandfather is giving you special attention. You've got to realize that his strictness reflects his high hopes for you.
Oh, come on. Seriously, I could just turn the succession over to you, George Nissan. For, you know, enough money. It's a bit of a heavy burden for me to carry.
I think I already said it before, but Jessica's the girl heir to the head family. We're the only cousins in the branch family, so she probably feels a totally different sort of pressure than we do.
If I showed up wearing a piss suit, I would get beaten.
It's okay, Maria's only
What is
gonna haunt
this?
you in your dreams. Thank you for the clip, Sachu. Yeah, this is Maria. It's okay, Matt. She won't hurt you.
She's terrifying.
Ugh.
Maria is a good girl who has never done anything wrong.
Ugh, never done anything wrong. Jessica Oni-chan. Oni-chan, is that heavy? If I help hold it, will it get lighter?
Thanks. It's okay. I'm not gonna push it on you, Maria. George, though, fuck that guy. I'll push it on him until it crushes him. I'm gonna bear this cross until my grave. Way to keep the mood. Don't worry.
She was grateful for Maria's innocent concern, but Jessica's face still seemed to contain some of the uneasiness she felt towards the future. And maybe we were in the same boat. Any
Is
high
it
schooler...
the boat that you're falling from, Battler?
Fall! Any high schooler with exams approaching would have trouble hiding their anxiety for the future. Maria, come here.
You and I will be in this room.
Adler-kun, I heard you're gonna be with me in this room here.
Oh. Now there's a surprise! It's bigger than our parents' room. Dang.
Well, I figured we cousins would all want to hang out together. So I told them to get a bigger room ready.
Ugh. I like it here more too. I'd rather be here than with Mama. Ugh.
Ooh.
Oh, you like it better here, Maria. Okay, this room is George's and mine, but we'll give you special permission to come in. Better keep it a secret from your mom, okay? Ooh! It's a secret! Aunt Rosa was right behind us, but Maria still answered, striking the air with her fists clenched tight. After setting down their luggage in their rooms, our parents had gathered again in the corridor.
Hey, what are you brats planning to do?
Murders?
You cousins just gonna stay here and chat?
It seemed like they were heading to the mansion to announce their arrival. Normally they would make us follow them and greet everyone together. But if that had been the case, Dad would have just told us to come, and that'd be the end of it. He's saying it's okay if we don't come, so what'll we do?
Why is my back arched at a, fucking 60-degree angle?
He looks like he's in pain.
Well, Rudolph, if I have to have my titty sticking out, so do you.
Fair.
Well, it's gonna be lunchtime before long anyway. Better let the kids unwind here. Besides, if worse comes to worse, this might be their last chance to play outdoors.
Ooh, I'll go too. Maria, you house sit for Mama, okay? Behave yourself and wait here. Ooh. Since Maria was being told to house sit here, we certainly couldn't leave her on her own. George Aniki noticed this immediately and gave a clear reply for all us cousins.
Well then, we'll accept your offer and house sit. We've got lots of stories to tell each other after being away for a year.
That sounds wonderful. And Battler-kun has 6 years worth of story to tell, doesn't he?
Yeah, I'll take care of the house like a good boy.
Kumasawa-san, I'm gonna stay here too. We'll break rank and leave the rest of the adults. Perhaps that would be best. I'll report it to Madam.
And allow me to guide you all to the mansion. This way, please.
The other children are one thing, but George is getting to be an adult. It'd be better if he came with us.
If we make him come, then poor George will be the only one out of place. Interacting with his cousins is also important. Okay, see y'all later.
The adults left, one after the other. They left in the same formation as our trip from the harbor, with Goro-san leading and Kumasawa-san taking up the rear. As we gathered in the room assigned to us cousins, George Aniki asked us to excuse him for a second. He rushed over to Kumasawa-san, who was following behind the disappearing adults, and seemed to ask her something.
Yes, George, your suit is ugly.
At least she's honest. He soon finished his business and came back. What's up, Aniki?
Ah, nothing. I just wanted to ask her something.
Oh, tell me too! Tell me too!
What could George-ni-san be asking Kumasawa-san and not me, I wonder? Ah, I don't have a clue.
Oh, it's a misunderstanding. Not that I know what you're misunderstanding.
Aniki was getting pretty tongue-tied. It was almost as though he felt guilty about something, And Jessica knew exactly what he was worried about. At any rate, it's no fun if Jessica gets to know about it and not me. Hey, Maria, it looks like we're the only two out of the loop, right? Don't you want to know what they're talking about? Ugh! We want to know too! We want to know too! Ugh! I fooled around with oohing together with Maria.
No, I'm telling you. It's no big deal.
Liar! I'm surprised you'd tell such a terrible lie, Aniki. Confess. Maria, you tickle his right side, I'll tickle his left. Ugh! I've got his right side, Balor's got his left. Ugh!
Wait a second. Wait, you two. Stop.
Fatality?
Maria and I played around, chasing George Aniki as he tried to escape, rolling on the bed. I realize high schoolers aren't supposed to bounce around like kittens, but I still miss this kind of fun. A warm, cozy kind of fun.
George Nisan, what were you asking Kumasawa-san? Well, I've got a good guess. It's been a year since the last time he visited the Head family. Who knows what servants might have come in conjuring that time? Either way, it looks like he'd like to go and say hi.
Say hi? I want to say hi too!
Say hi,
What the hell?
Kun.
There's nothing to feel guilty about, Aniki. I'm not buying it. Maria, don't be fooled. Aniki's still hiding something! More torture! Rah!
Stop it! Seriously! Mari-chan, you two, stop already!
She's probably busy cleaning or getting lunch ready. Don't worry, she'll drop by to say hi sooner or later. To us, not you.
Yeah.
I'll bet you'd rather have been welcomed in by Shannon instead of that nosy Goda.
Shannon? Shannon. Ah! Yeah, I remember a girl
Yeah, you
that...
fucking better!
Is she still a servant?
Oh my god,
How's she
Battler.
doing?
How do you suck this much, Battler? So, it is now 6 o'clock. I believe that is when we were gonna take our interlude. And this scene cut seems like a good time for it.
Before that, how many doors did they just go through? Was that 2 doors?
I don't know. I mean, I think we also moved through some doors during that last little section, too, and we didn't switch.
Let's just flip a coin.
Okay, wait. So we went to the cousin's room, and that would have been switching to this. And then we went to the new house. And then we went back into the new house. And then we went to the hallway. So we're stuck. We're stuck in ham hands.
Fuck!
Good.
I'll
I
see
hate
you
the
later.
ham hands. They're so scary.
Love them. Embrace them. There is
These are what
only
are gonna
ham
keep you
hands.
company. Alright, everyone, we're gonna take a 10-minute break. Everyone, get up, stretch, get some water. We'll be right back, okay? I'm gonna leave you here with the beautiful Umineko violin music, okay? Wait, no, I can't. I'll switch it somewhere else. I figured out what to do. Don't worry, I got this. Okay, we'll be right back, everyone.
So, how are we doing, chat? I'm coming back here. Gonna hang out and chat with you guys. Are you guys having fun? I hope you are enjoying my, wonderful voices. Only the best in terms of quality voice acting. Aw. I suppose I should go and, like, think of some other stuff to talk about. Ow. God, my neck. Freaking. Raw. Ow. Alright. Oh yeah, I'm still also... Alright. So, I'm just going over and giving another explanation in Sophia chat that my chat is for witches. We are all witches in here. Ahaha, dot wav, dot wave, dot wav, dot woov, dot oowoov. Hello, Moonbeam Funk. Thank you so much for that follow and welcome. I am Hana. I am a member of Sophia's VTubing group. And I am also over here to be, I'm voicing, let's see, who am I voicing? Jessica, Eva, Natsuhi, Kumasawa, and Mystery. Probably some other people I'm forgetting. Talking about the characters I'm trying to voice, I'm trying to think about how I'm going to, voice them. Like, I'm trying to give Jessica a lot of energy. And I'm trying to give, like... Oh, right, Kyrie. I'm trying to make Kyrie sound very cool. Like, she's ready to, just throw down at a moment's notice. And then on Eva, for Eva, I'm just trying to make her sound like all of her words have poison in them. Like, she is just trying... Every one of her words is like a stealth insult. And then Kumasawa talks like Yodachi does. I don't know why, but that was the intro in this stream, so she's being Yoda. Spent 800 years on Dagobah, I did, before coming to Rokkenjima. Ah. Shit, that's really good. You see, it without love, it cannot. Master Obi-Wan. Except that's like the opposite of Jedi, because Jedi are like, oh no, you're not allowed to love. Fuck you. You're not allowed to love, but no, we're not going to give you any trauma counseling, Anakin. Eat a dick, the Jedi Council can. Yeah, I'm also, since I am a spoiler chat, I'm doing a lot of shit posts in my voice acting too. Acting. I am, like, not a professional voice actor, but these other two are. So it's very alarming. Not alarming, but it's very eye-opening that I need to, practice this skill a lot more. Of course, I'm comparing myself to two professionals here. And it's 6:10, so let's... It is 6:10, so I am back on Discord.
Hello.
Hello. Now, since we have a new viewer in my chat, do you want to introduce yourself again?
Sure. I'm Matthew Greenbaum. I am a voice actor in video games and anime. You can hear me as the voice of Agedaha in Genshin Impact, and in the currently airing Miss Kuroitsu from the Monster Development Department as Dr. Sadamaki.
I've actually been really wanting to read that one.
Guess who?
Oh, Sophia's back!
Sophia's back!
Guess who it is? Guess who it is?
Sophia!
That's me, baby.
It is
I'm gonna
me,
try-
the Golden Witch Beatrice!
What? Okay. I'm gonna turn
God, right,
you guys
Funk?
back on my stream and leave you a little note in Discord, okay?
Okay.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, Funk, that's so good. I love it. That's why I'm here. I am the witch for this. Sophia has played all of Umineko before, I believe, but
Dun
Matt,
We're back,
who is
everyone.
voice acting,
Did you miss us?
Matt is completely blind to all
Well, did
When They
you?
Cry. You better have missed us, or else.
We're stuck in the ham hands house still. And we've gone over to the adults.
By the way, Natsuhine-san.
Oh my gosh! I had a moment back where I was like, wait, who here is Natsuhi?
I love doing that, Funk. It's so much fun.
Oh, no, I got it.
How's your headache been lately? It seemed pretty serious before. Oh, I love her sprite.
I have been much better lately.
Here, I'm gonna hurt Matt.
It's just not that bad. I don't know. I think overall the pachinko style is, like, aesthetically acceptable. Though I
Really?
agree, the boobs are a little egregious consistently across the board.
Yeah, the
I
boobs are a
want
little
to
bit.
get. I want to go find the good portraits to show Matt, but you know that would take a while. So let's just.
And then he'll know what he's missing.
That's true. At the end of today's stream, when we're done acting, but before we're done streaming, we need to get the good images to show Matt.
Okay, we'll do that.
Thank you for your concern.
Oh, right. Here. A present for you, Natsuhine-chan.
Thank you very much. He's receiving gifts from you. Black tea?
It's herb tea with peppermint and lemon balm. It's a blend that's from a well-known store, and it's supposed to be good for headaches. I thought it might help you too. Rosa was always a conscientious woman. Probably because she was the youngest of 4 and much younger than the other 3. She managed to grow up without the venomous nature of her siblings.
Bullshit!
Her kind words got Natsuhi to soften her
Bullshit!
expression for just
Without
a
the
moment.
venomous nature. Fuck you,
But it
Rosa.
wasn't enough to melt her stony gaze, hardened as it was by long years of mental stress.
Come to think of it, you're always complaining about those headaches. Pull yourself together. Jessica-chan has her exams this year, right? That's going to be a turning point in her life. Will she really be able to rely on you as a mother if you're like that? Besides, Natsuhine-san, you're 3 years younger than me. You should get your act together.
Damn.
I've had a tendency for headaches all my life.
Even under normal circumstances, Eva sometimes failed to choose her words carefully. But her comments aimed at Natsuhi contained shards of obvious malice, though she hid it with a smile. Of course, that fact didn't escape Natsuhi. She frantically contained her urge to grimace and pretended to ignore Eva.
Only Battler-kun will have his exams this year, too. Our Battler-kun will have his exams this year. Rudolph-san, shouldn't you be a little concerned as well? For the sake of your own son, you'd better get serious to the point of having headaches like Natsuhine-san.
If I say anything, he automatically rebels. Oh, what should I say? I say the opposite, that it's okay for him to mess around? It's probably the only way I could get him to listen to me. Ryoshi-san, George did really well in his exams, right? Please, you gotta teach me the trick to handling children.
Well, first you go in and blackmail the teacher.
Yeah.
That's all the children. Wait, guys. Okay, Matt. At the end of this, you have to pick your favorite aunt and your favorite uncle.
Oh god. I already have to think about what's the best and worst hands.
You're gonna be really busy.
For the record, favorite aunt and favorite uncle, there are correct and incorrect answers.
Well... It's probably because I got him to understand why he should study. Study isn't worth anything on its own. That's right, the real point of studying is to practice research and stuff on your own, whenever you bump into something you don't know. You can't do that, you can't be useful to society. I'm not talking about math or writing. You gotta learn how to learn.
That's splendid. Wish our Jessica could understand that as well. If she is to be the heiress of the Ushiromiya family, at this rate... Do you really have to force her into becoming the successor? After all, a woman has to find a woman's happiness. Parents shouldn't force such things on their children, don't you think?
Hold your horses, Ava. Each family has its own way of raising their kids. Shouldn't be pushy.
I'm sorry. Natsuhine-san, don't take it the wrong way.
That's a mood. Though the light shining in through the window was quite warm despite the cloudy weather, there was a dark mood around the room, which was probably causing headaches for more than just Natsuhi. As if to sweep away that mood, Kaede brightly made a suggestion to call all present.
Still, this black tea has a really lovely aroma. Let's drink it right away. In Japan, surely you couldn't find something like this. Something like Leopold's black tea anywhere but Ginza, right?
I see you know a lot about it, Kaede-chan. I guess it was worth going to the trouble of buying it.
Kaede and Rosa stood up from their seats and made as if to prepare the black tea. But Natsuki forestalled them.
I thank you both. But we can try that later. One of our people will soon be coming to bring some tea, so please relax.
Leave it for later, you two. Let's enjoy our welcome drink.
Rudolph gave a subtle signal with his eyes for them to sit down again. Kaede and Rosa understood instantly and obediently returned to their seats. The initial greeting of the guests was complete, so it was time for them to be served some tea. It was embarrassing for the host that the tea was late, especially now that the guests were talking about making tea themselves. Natsuki bit her lower lip, frustrated by the ineptitude of the servants who were late bringing in the tea. Seeing her face, Eva immediately started to giggle. Of course, Shannon had no way of knowing what was taking place in the parlor. She came pushing a serving cart piled with teacups. But for no apparent reason, Natsuki gave her a pained look, and Shannon couldn't help but flinch without knowing what she had done wrong.
Excuse me? Your tea is ready.
Oh, Shannon-chan, it's been a while. Keep getting prettier every time I see ya.
Oh, thanks. Save the chatting for after you've set the table. The tea will get cold. I apologize, madam. She
apologized like a small, frightened animal, bumped against the serving cart, and made a jarring racket as she dropped several teaspoons. Her clumsiness.
These servants have got like butter on their hands.
No,
You
they've
gotta
got
butter up
ham
your servants.
hands.
Hey! That's right, they only have like 3 fingers and a thumb.
It's really hard to serve tea when you've got
I guess it would be difficult to carry anything with those ham hands.
Honestly, we should give Goda props for being able to cook when his hands are made of ham.
That's true.
Not just cook his hands themselves.
Exactly.
We are discovering the real meta of this story. Her clumsiness made Natsuki's expression turn even darker, which made Shannon quail even more.
I'm going to murder this fucking servant.
Oh god! We're not there yet!
Come on, Natsuhine-san. There's nothing wrong with her exchanging a few words in greeting. The tea must be plenty cold already. Considering how long we've been kept waiting.
Ooh, burn!
It's okay, we can heat it with these sick burns.
Hey!
There's no need to worry. It's not cold yet. Shannon, finish setting the table quickly. I'm sorry, madam.
Natsuki's irritation was obvious by now. The ineptitude that delayed the tea, the clumsiness of the servant, everything pointed to the incompetence of Natsuki's everyday leadership, making her lose face. As the person in charge of the Yoshinomiya head family's kitchen, allowing that clumsiness to be exposed, today of all days, was surely nothing less than total humiliation.
You know, maybe you should hire more than like 3 fucking servants then?
I've
Lay
learned
off,
nothing.
Natsuhine-san. Don't you think it's a little harsh to bully Shannon-chan when she's trying her best?
I'm not bullying anyone. What a nice aroma. May I ask what brand this is? I'm terribly sorry. See you later.
Kaede was trying to be nice, hoping to cut through the tense mood. However, Shannon had embarrassed herself instead, darkening Natsuhi's face and the room's mood. By this point, Eva was audibly giggling.
What's this? Shannon-chan, don't you even know what you're pouring us? Come now, you mustn't serve something so suspicious to guests. We'll need a silver spoon at the very least before we can drink this. I'm sorry. I'll go get one immediately.
Oh, Shauna!
Shannon-chan, you know what silver spoons are used for? They have to be silver. Do you know why? No,
A teasing smile rose to Eva's face as she stared at Shannon setting the table. By itself, Eva's expression was sweet in an impish sort of way. However, the words being spun from her lips held the keenness of a razor within them. Shannon tried with all her might to avoid Eva's continuing gaze. Realizing that Shannon was hard-pressed for an answer, Rosa gave some timely help. They say that if silver is touched by poison, it darkens. Guess you've learned something today, Shannon-chan.
it's okay. None of you fucks will know if it's real silver or not.
Man, this is not true though, like, oh. Snap, sons, daughters, witches, pixies alike.
I'm going to poison you all, no matter what, so get fucked.
That actually scares me now. I would never know if it was real silver. Alright, well, now with that frightening thought out of the way, they were acting as though this tea needed to be tested for poison before it could be drunk. Is it really that bad? In Natsuhi's eyes, this was an insult both to the tea and to herself for serving it. Rudolph laughed flippantly and patted Eva's shoulder.
Silver cutlery wouldn't do any good for you, Aniki. Just one lick of your poisonous tongue and even a silver plate would turn pitch black.
Oh man, all these burns! Oh!
Since I get to hear that poison tongue every day, I must be poison-proof myself by now.
For the last few years,
Hey,
building
Bob,
up a resistance
I don't
to
mind when you use it
iocane.
on me, but you'd better hold back when talking to people who haven't built up a resistance.
Wow. So you guys are all learning a lot about their dynamics, huh?
Hideyoshi's just M, and that's okay. My, how cruel.
Wait, the two of them are married?
Hideyoshi and Eva are married.
Hideyoshi and Eva are married, yeah.
All I did,
Okay.
all I did was teach Shannon-chan a bit about tea, didn't I?
Everyone followed the lead set by Hideyoshi's horse laugh and chuckled, though not easily. Only Natsuhi didn't join in. But for the time being, the conversation inside the parlor could now be— oh shit, I clicked too soon. Don't worry about it, it wasn't important, because as Shannon finished setting the tea table and tried to leave, Kaide apologized to her in a low voice for not being able to help. Shannon gave a light bow and made a hasty retreat. Shannon cast her eyes downward as she pushed the cart down the corridor.
It's better to be told that I don't know the tea, rather than to admit it's just bottled Lipton shit.
I love tea. But if someone served me a tea and they didn't know what was in it, I'd be like, fair. Anyone seeing the pitiful way she looked might easily conclude that she'd been bullied in some way.
Yeah, she has.
Don't be sad.
Wait, we went through a door.
Oh shit, we did!
Oh shit, we did!
You caught it! We've gone through a door!
Don't be sad. You didn't do anything wrong, Nason.
You were watching.
Is that Shannon with the fucking pachinko style?
Yup.
Oh, what the fuck happened to her boobs?
Yeah. I've got
Yeah.
nothing. She
I
got...
got nothing.
The other
either.
the other ones are like, okay, yeah, they're like more prominent, but she's just like, they just copy and pasted somebody else's boobs and put them on her.
Hey, listen. She got him and she's showing him.
She's very proud of those boobs. She worked hard for
I mean,
those
hey.
boobs.
Yeah, if you got it, flaunt it, I guess.
That is my role. Madam and Eva-sama can go to hell,
Damn right.
but the worst coward is that guy.
Conan glared hatefully in the opposite direction of the parlor. The preparations for the tea had been delayed by some trifling problems in the kitchen. These problems were not Shannon's fault. In fact, it had been Goda's mistake. After all, there was no way a show-off like Goda would give up a flashy job like bringing tea when the guests arrived. He had ended up wasting time preparing the tea once again. So, when he realized he wouldn't be able to score any points for this job, he pushed the task of setting the table on Shannon, who happened to be passing by. You might call it a clever move on his part, but there could be no doubt that it was a cowardly one.
It's okay, Kanon-kun. Thanks. I'm not bothered by it at all.
Kanon's silence vividly expressed the distance between Shannon's words and how she actually felt.
I'm not bothered by it at all, because I actually really like it when people talk down to me like that.
Oh
Kind of my
gosh!
thing.
Let me get the band hammer.
Yeah, I think someone here needs to be bonked.
My hammer can't reach Shannon! Oh wait,
Thank you.
wait, I'm solving this problem. This joke is taking too long, it's not funny anymore, but don't worry, I'm coming.
Stop
It's
it.
happening.
This joke is so good. Okay, there we go. Alright, now I'm bonking Matt.
Anyway, Shannon is the top here.
There we go. I'm getting bonked. I see it.
Good. Even if you're the only one who understands, I feel a bit better.
You keep your feelings too bottled up, Nesan. You should be less
God.
hard on yourself.
This
for once.
scene with the spoil. Yeah. Thanks.
Suddenly, they both felt someone's presence and whirled around. A middle-aged man stood there. It was Genji, the head servant.
What are you doing there? Shannon, hurry back to the kitchen.
Yes. If you'll excuse me.
Shannon humbly obeyed and promptly made to move the cart and leave. However, Kanan appealed to Genji in silence, bearing something in his eyes that could not be expressed in words.
What is it? Something happened.
Shannon didn't do anything wrong. But even so, they...
Kanon-kun? Please excuse me. Immediately. Kanon-kun, you should go back to your post too. Please.
If you say so, Nesan.
Is that me?
I think that's you.
Not you!
Okay, I couldn't tell who was talking there. If that is all, then go.
Yeah, Genji's mastering the ventriloquism. He can talk with his mouth closed.
Yeah.
Yes.
If you'll excuse me.
From the shadows in the hallway, an old woman wearing an apron watched over them. It was Kumasawa. Look at her in the corner!
I'm Batwoman!
Poor Shannon-san, Kanon-san. There's no reason for those two to be picked on. Still, Goda-san's dislike for them is an undeniable fact. Until Goda-san was taken in by the Oshiramiya head family, I hear he... Oh, this is probably Komasala. You go for it, Hana.
Until Goda-san was taken in by the Ushiromiya head family, I hear he worked for a fabulous hotel somewhere. The manner of work he learned there was quite impressive, I believe. It's just that Goda-san is the newest servant here. He must have a lot of pride and accumulated from his previous positions. Because Shannon-san and Kanon-kun are his seniors here at the mansion, and yet are inexperienced and have gone through much less in life than he has, he picks on them at every chance he gets. And also, sad as it may be, they are disliked by Madame Natsuhi too. Of course, if we're talking about experience, the Madam has been in this family much longer. And yet, this is the one point where I cannot help but sympathize with the Madam as well. Truly, the Master is a man with many sins on his conscience. Oh my god! Why didn't he realize that such a trifling whim of his would give the Madam such an inferiority complex? Oh my god! Of course, on the inside, even the Madam is fully aware that those two don't deserve to be treated so harshly. However, the heart has reasons that reasons know not. I feel so sorry for them. Can't do anything but watch over them from the shadows. Like an avenger, a dark knight.
Oh, oh god! Alright, good job everyone. So let's all take a moment to discuss a summary because my food's almost here. So let's summarize what's happened so far.
Well, Kumasawa is Batman.
Okay, I accept that one actually. That's true.
Seems like
Okay.
everyone's kind of a bastard.
Yeah, Matt, why don't you tell us what you've observed?
Yes,
so
yes,
far?
let's hear your take on it first.
Okay, everyone sucks so far, except for George. George doesn't suck. And Maria doesn't suck just because she's a child, but like that, you know, if she weren't a kid, then she would still kind of suck. Because she's annoying, but she's like annoying in the way that's like acceptable for children, so it's fine. Let's see what else. Servants seem to be very competitive with each other. They're they are individually seemingly good people, but as a unit seem very unstable and not good at treating each other well, certainly. The aunts and uncles are all mean. They're all mean. Yoshi is the least mean, but he's still a little mean.
Correct.
Agreed.
Also, he's married to the meanest.
Yes.
So they kind of average out.
I do think in a different world where he was married to somebody else, maybe he was just a normal, nice dude. But
He just...
he kinda, like, he's the least objectionable, but still objectionable. That's all I got. That's what I got.
Yeah, sounds like you've got it so far, yeah.
I do love that Hideyoshi and Eva just love each other very much.
Yeah, they're cute.
The only point of argument between them is whether Western or Japanese style is better.
And let's see.
On the topic
Goda!
of hands.
Oh, yes, we have to talk ham hands.
Adults actually mostly look quite good in ham hands. I mean, not great. I still think it's just across the board I prefer the new style. But if you're like, hey, but like, let's compare the two. Across the board, adults look fine in ham hands, and the younger you get, the worse it is.
You're
I
not
will say,
wrong.
the dad also looks pretty bad in ham hands, only because why does his back arch that much? It's too much. You're not even puffing up your chest at that point, you're just starting a backflip.
Listen, his wife has to have the titty out, so... God, okay, hold up. I have here a
What's his
link.
wife?
I am
What's
going...
Rudolph's wife?
This one, Katie.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, let's go over the
Kitty, eh?
characters really quick, because we haven't done that in a while.
Hold on a second. I need to actually put up this image here. So save this image for stream. Stuff to show. I actually just need to show this
There you go.
image
Oh.
to show
Go, Josu.
show an image, add source, add new
Okay,
source.
so here are all the characters so far, Matt. I'll show you who's related to who. Well, you can see it right here, actually. There's like a line of them. It looks like,
there's a little tree there.
yeah, it looks like Natsuhi hasn't been added yet, but Natsuhi is Jessica's mom. So there you can see, like, who's who. And
Alright.
Shannon hasn't been added yet, but Shannon's a servant as well, and Genji.
Right.
Okay.
Goda and the really old lady also don't look great in ham hands.
So
I'll say.
I've got
Her ham hands, listen, Kumaso's ham hands, they look the most threatening of all of them.
yeah,
For
here,
real.
let me.
Those ham hands are like they have strangled people.
Oh, definitely.
I'm not saying that's not true. But anyway, over on my stream. Actually, I'm gonna put it in front of the
Claws,
chat box.
Yeah, exactly.
So that you guys can see.
Has Hana pulled
So
up
maybe
some
there's
magic?
just like an ideal age to be ham hands because it seems like the middle-aged people look fine,
Well, if
but
you
the kids don't look great and the really old people don't look. Oh, didn't even notice how that corset was. That's
Yeah.
really rough.
here, Matt, come look at my stream.
Oh my god.
Come look at my stream, Matt. I've got a reference shown up of the 3 different art styles of Ushiromiya Battler.
What the fuck? The PS3 looks so good.
Right? There's a patch that you can use on Steam, but it's of questionable legality,
Yeah, fair.
so we don't use it. But like the PS3 art is so much better across the board.
I mean, I do really like the pachinko art for Battler too.
Alright, I didn't look at the Pachinko art. Let me pull that up.
Let's see if I can find.
Yeah, like across the board, the pachinko art just looks good. Like, yeah, we can meme the boobs to hell and back, but like it still looks good.
The pachinko art is just so much like what's the word I'm looking for? It is. I don't want to say inexplicably horny, but the level of horny is inexplicable.
Yeah, it's very horny.
The art is just so horny in it.
I'll actually say Ava might also have. She definitely has one of the best pachinko arts too. Like, I love the lines underneath her eyes. I think that looks great.
Yeah, she
Yeah,
actually
yeah.
looks her age, kind of.
Right, yeah.
Whereas I noticed in the Ham Hands art, a lot of the older people actually look their age.
Yeah. Overall, so far, my favorite ham hands is actually like so far. My favorite ham hands is Shannon. I think Shannon
Oh,
looks
she's not even here.
totally. She's not in that list yet, so we can't even look at her. But I think that she looked totally fine in ham hands. She looked deeply relatable and sad in that scene. I thought that the expression. I do agree with what you were saying, Hana. The expressions on the ham hands look nice.
Oh, don't.
Mostly.
Also, Len is pointing out that here, can you bring up Battler, Sophia, and switch him back and forth? His
Oh,
hair
he's getting
parts
bored.
on the other side in Pachinko.
Edward, what are you
Oh,
doing?
His hair, like, out of all of the changes you could make, that is the one that is just inexplicable, that his hair parts on the other side.
Whoosh.
Anyway, I'm posting
What?
a screen cap that is not spoilers in Sophia's chat.
Well, and as Rin points out, the pachinko boobs are intense, but like, if I hadn't seen any of the original art, the pachinko boobs wouldn't look that unsettling on most of them.
Yeah.
Kyrie
Most of
looks a
them.
little.
Most of them.
Kyrie's a little intense.
Kyrie looks like she staples her tie under her boobs.
That's literally what's happening there. But yeah, I posted an image in Sophia's chat of the cousins minus Jessica, and like, George's piss suit doesn't actually look like a piss suit in the PS3. It looks like a vaguely yellow cream color.
Oh yeah, the PS3 one. Oh my god, yeah, PS3 George looks great. In fact, PS3, what's her name? The kid, Maria. She
Maria.
also looks really nice. She's very cute.
Yeah, she looks like a child.
Yeah.
Oh, and Jessica, actually, the PS3 was far and away the kindest to Jessica. If you will give me a moment.
Alright, shall we go on to the
I
cousin
think
scene
Jessica looks
now?
fine in the pachinko version.
No, the,
Jessica looks good in pachinko.
no.
Oh, I agree though. That's great. She looks fantastic in the PS3 version.
Right?
I definitely like the PS3 aesthetics the most.
Yeah.
Uh, overall.
You gotta comb out to look his best for Pachi slot, I guess.
Because, like, straight up, Maria looks terrifying in both versions on this. Like, the original and the pachinko. Maria's a little unsettling.
Now,
She
Maria's
really
just
is.
a good kid. She,
She is. I like Maria. Like, her personality. But her design is like, ah.
yeah, the
away.
PS3 version, she actually just looks like a kid, like, who got a fancy... Like, she looks like a child who is dressed up to go to Easter church.
Yeah.
And it looks really good.
Anyway, do you have your food now, Sophia?
Not yet, but we can keep going because it's gonna be like
Oh.
5 minutes.
Alright.
Okay, cool.
Oh, we'll pause awkwardly in the story. We'll make it really weird.
Good, yeah.
The 4 of us cousins we're enjoying our stories, just shooting the breeze. Anyway, they were both.
That's not all we were
traumatized.
shooting.
Huh?
Murder joke, carry on.
Oh, murder joke! Plus, we had people over a wide spread of ages: adult, high school, and elementary school. Even if we just talked about our own lives, the other 3 kept listening attentively. I think I'm finally getting used to all this. Jessica and Nadia have grown more than I could have ever imagined in the past 6 years. To be honest, I was feeling a bit uncomfortable, but talking like this, I guess that on the inside nothing's really changed since back then.
I agree. You haven't changed a bit, even after 6 years. That's not a compliment, by the way.
Oh, really?
Even though your body's gotten gigantic, you're still a kid inside.
Woo?
Ooh! I'm a kid too!
Yes, you
I'm
are.
a kid too! I think that might be Balor. Well,
That's
even you aren't
Balor.
gonna be a kid forever, are you, Maria? I mean, you're gonna transform from a kid into a cute lady, aren't you? That's Balor. And when that happens, oh
I forgot about this part.
no, my food is here. Goodbye. This is your problem now, Hana. See you later.
Bonk.
I'll be right back. Good luck. Good luck.
Why is this my problem?
You don't even have the play button. You just have to deal with it.
I just have to deal with this.
Have fun, bye.
You're just throwing...
Alright, you guys have fun reading this.
No. Fun is the
Okay.
opposite feeling of what I'm having here. Battler. First of all, she's 9. Second of all...
live, by the way, so have fun.
First of all, she's 9. Second of all, she's your cousin. Third of all, she's 9. Like, why do you keep wanting to get to first base with your cousins, Battler?
that a thing?
When he first
I've
saw
never seen
Jessica, he'd said the same thing about Jessica. And it's like, Battler.
Oh my god. It's like a consistent thing then. Damn.
I will say, it stops after the first episode. Like,
Well, that's probably good.
so, full, like, conspiracy theory hat here. All of this, the original release was all just single-handedly done by Ryukishi and distributed at Comic-Con, I believe. Like, it was all self-made, self-published, everything.
Yeah.
So, I have a hunch that this is one of the bits that was just added in as, like, it'll sell better if I can, you know, make this kind of
Sense.
line to put on the box.
Yeah. That's totally feasible. I mean, I do also think Rin brings up an interesting point in Sophia's chat of just like I think Rin was mostly joking, but I do think that a lot of these stories about really rich families often have like incestuous themes to them, because I do think it's not an uncommon thing in these kinds of stories for families to try to keep, you know, the wealth to themselves, so to speak.
That is true. So, it also helps that, okay. So here's some vital background for this. Ryukishi himself, the author, creator of this, he did Higurashi and he did Umineko, and he worked as a social worker in Japan for a long time. So a lot of it, like... Okay, we're getting into my personal takes here. This is not canon. This is my take on it.
Boom.
Hello. But my personal thought on the matter is that I would bet you money that Maria is based on Ryukishi's experience with autistic children as a social worker.
Yeah.
So everything else about the Ushiromiya family seems to be very, he was, like, a lot of it comes from the stuff that he saw, witnessed, dealt with as a social worker. And then there's Battler, who just wants to get to first base with his cousins.
Right.
Battler,
Then there's
no!
Battler, who's just like... No, I wasn't horny, but what if horny?
Right, and it's like, it just sort of feels a little stapled on, I guess.
Is your definition of first base touching boobs?
Is that not what it is?
I thought that was second base.
Okay, he wants to get to second base. I like soccer, not baseball. Don't judge me.
Well, no, I think it's
I'm
just a matter
learning
of
a
like,
lot.
because I've heard different people have different phrases for these things depending on like.
Okay, so he wants to
where
get
they
to
grew up.
second base with his cousins.
So like my understanding is like first base is kissing, second base is like touching and groping and anything of that sort. Not just boobs, just whatever. Third base is like head, and then, you know, going all the way, home run is, you know, sex.
Okay, second base then.
I've learned a lot.
I have
Yeah.
never been clear on that. So that definition works.
This is why my chat is rated 18 and up.
Don't
Alright.
judge me, Lariel. I don't know anything. Anyway, but yeah, so my thought about Battler being horny for his cousins just feels very, like, it's dropped after episode 1, and it just feels weird that it feels like it was stapled on to sell the first episode. This is just a theory, I don't know, but this is my take on the matter.
Right, yeah.
Well then, you ready to go through the rest of this stapled nonsense?
Hell yeah. Sophia, you gotta give your most uncomfortable.
Let you touch him!
Sean. Can't make that kind of promise. That's bad, bad, bad.
Yeah, pretty much that, Spectacle.
I promise, so I let him touch him. I keep my promises. Always keep them. Ugh! Maria, you really are an earnest girl. The guy you marry is gonna be really lucky.
Hey, stop trying to change the subject by making it sound pretty. Maria, that promise never happened. Never.
Ugh! The promise is cancelled? Ugh.
As I thought, without Battler-kun and our little quartet, the group of cousins just didn't feel complete. Really? This was the dynamic you were missing, George?
Really, George?
George, this should really be the moment where you're like,
Man.
oh, Battler, we should just put you back on that boat and send you on home.
It just didn't feel right without wanting to punch Battler in the nuts.
These 6 years have been kind of lonely without somebody in our family trying to hook up with everyone else in our family.
That's true. Is it? We didn't really goof off like this.
Should we just read this one, like, with the subtext? Like, with the true meaning behind the words?
Yes?
You two just
Absolutely.
go crazy, okay? You read it the way it's meant to be read.
Got it? Still, we did have some pretty constructive conversations, right? Stuff about preparing for our future. Exam taking. Finding jobs. Finding Steve jobs.
Oh, I am so sorry. Now that I'm here, we just talk about stupid stuff and mess around? But I'm having more fun this year. Ooh!
That's true. I agree, this year's the most fun yet.
Maria's sincere words probably spoke for everyone present. George Aniki stroked Maria's head and she giggled like a happy kitten.
Do kittens giggle? Is
Kittens
that a
giggle?
thing?
Manager! Manager, do you giggle? Oh, she's sleeping. Oh, guess who is it this time? I think it's Hana.
I think that's me. Pardon me. Your meal is ready.
A timid knocking sound and the equally timid voice of a young woman carried through the door. We're safe again, everyone! Wait, are we? Jessica answered brightly.
Shannon, come in! You remember Battler, right? You remember Battler, right?
There stood a servant girl who must have been about our age.
It's been quite some time since we last met, Battler-sama. It's nice to see you after 6 years, you fucker. It's me, Shannon. It's me, Mario.
It's a me, Shannon. Trembling a little as she noticed me, she bowed deeply. Ah! Jessica had me surprised, but look at you, Shannon-chan! Oh,
Yes.
you've turned into a total beauty too, haven't you?
You are too kind. Seriously, keep those hands to yourself.
Ugh. Still, the food on this island must be really nutritional. Oh no. Huh?
He's talking about how silky
What?
smooth her hair looks.
What
You
are
have to
you-
get, like, get your vitamins to have hair looking that nice.
I wish that was what he was talking about, Matt. What are you eating and how are you trying to get that big? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
You picked this,
Oh,
Sophia.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, no,
Okay,
no.
also, can I just point out, like, from the transition, from the sprite transition, like, his shoulders just doubled in width.
Help me.
Like, did he just dislocate both of his shoulders to do this? Is that what's going on here?
Oh my gosh, Rin just made a note. His hair to switch sides.
Oh my god.
Oh my god!
Is that true? I mean, Oh my gosh!
It did, yeah.
Okay, hold on. Put him back to ham hands for a second. We gotta see the ham hands for this.
He doesn't.
The ham hands
fall.
aren't even there.
Oh my god, there isn't a ham's hand. A ham.
They
hand
just
option.
added him in to make that. Oh my god.
Good, we'll just go. We did go through a new door. We're back to him. Yes, oh gosh.
That's true.
When he becomes an anime pervert, he transforms like a Super Saiyan. The
didn't
worst
even
Super
know this.
Saiyan.
Oh no, I didn't read the dialogue. Oh no, what a shame. With those hands poised, it's ew! For the sake of justice and my personal honor, I'd like to point out that I don't suffer from some strange disease that makes my lymph nodes itch until I scratch my neck. Oh, but
That's a highly specific reference. I'm assuming it's a reference.
this is just a battler-style method of communication.
The
If
time
I
that
swore-
Sophia invited me onto her stream to play a visual novel that I'd never heard of, and it wound up being an arrow gay.
That wasn't the intention!
It's okay. We're going to go from the little death to the big death soon enough.
Yeah, we're gonna get there. If I slowly close in on her like this, odds are 8 out of 9 out of 10 that I get slapped or clobbered, right? So, I can use this Battler-sama original technique to spark a gag like that and break the ice. Well, it also means I really do get to touch them on that 1 to 10 chance, though, right? Yeah, like that ever happened. Do we want to see what it's like on the other side?
A little bit. It's pretty much the same thing, actually.
Yeah, pretty much.
At that point, my hands were less than a centimeter away from Shannon-chan. But the counter-strike had yet to come. She blushed and lowered her head in embarrassment when she realized what was going on. But she just stood there with both hands politely joined in front of her, and not even trying to resist or cover herself up.
I'm realizing,
Hey.
Sophia, haven't you told me about this specific scene before?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, I just now realized this is the scene you told me about.
Yeah, help me. Hey, I wasn't planning on this! Please, hit me right now or I'm seriously gonna... Which is why I was glad that Jessica chose that time to drive her elbow into the back of my head. Ugh, ow! Thank you so much, Jessica!
Why the hell are you thanking me?
Seriously, my bad, Shannon-chan. I almost got overwhelmed by your hypnotic jest. More importantly, anyone who gets that close has gotta be a molester. You've gotta fight back when people do that.
I would literally get fired if I did that, you bougie fuck.
Yeah, that's exactly what I saw on the screen, too. Now look here, a pervert's a pervert whether he's a guest or not. A girl's chest has got an air defense identification range of about 10 centimeters or so. Once someone trespasses within 2 centimeters, that's already an invasion of airspace. So you'd better scramble the jets immediately and give him an instant slap!
You guys realize
What
that
the
this just
fuck are you
continues my
talking?
narrative of, like, this being Shannon's kink?
I couldn't do such a thing because we are, furniture.
Of course she didn't want her boobs to be touched, but if a guest so desired, she was prepared to sacrifice herself to suit their wants. A girl like that needs some urgent protection!
From you, battler!
Yeah, I can't believe he's the one thinking this. It's like, dude, you're the only one here who's been a problem so far.
You are the reason that she needs protection.
You're very self-aware, you bougie idiot. To think such a devoted girl still exists in this era. It's enough to make a man dizzy. But no. No! I'm coming at you with a perverted face again! Knock me down! Look out! Pervert on the loose! This gag can't end until you deliver the punchline. So slap me. Please. Hit me. Oh, they're both into it.
Yeah, this is definitely both of their things.
And so they were both bottoms.
Yeah, this is what happens when two bottoms get stuck in a room together.
I cannot fulfill your request because I'm furniture. If it were an order, I'd obey you. Because that is my duty.
This scene has been ruined even more for me.
Then I'll make it an order. Next time Battler-kun tries to touch your breasts, counterattack with a slap. Got it?
Yes. As you wish. From now on, that's what I'll do. Please understand, Battle.
Shannon-kun announced this while bowing elegantly to me. Her expression was radiant. I gave her a thumbs up to show her I was fine with that. 6 years ago, you might have been mistaken for a servant's daughter who lent a hand at your parents' work. But now you're a full-fledged adult servant. Is that a compliment? But how long have you been working here?
That's definitely got the mood of that meme that's like, when I was young, I worked hard every day hoping to get something out of it. And now, after years of hard work, I am no longer young.
Yep. I've had the pleasure of serving this household for about 10 years.
She's got a name. The kanji for her name are read as Shannon. And now here's another name that's far from typical for a Japanese person. Back in the day, I was a kid myself, so I accepted her name without paying it much attention. Thinking about it now, her name's pretty unusual, even though she's not a member of the Yoshinomiya family. Maybe it's like a servant's professional name or something. If so, that might explain why her name's so similar to Konon-kun, that kid I met earlier in the Rose Garden. She's a long-term servant who served here since she was 6 years old. Her appearance had changed so much that I couldn't match with the person of my memories, but we both knew each other 6 years ago. That shy part of her had always been there, but she did seem to have developed an allure you'd expect of a girl her age. Especially in her breasts.
The kid we met earlier, Kenon-kun, is her little brother.
He's not my little brother. Loves me like a big sister. Didn't cause you any trouble, did he? Haha, he's the same as always. If only he were just a bit more sociable. Apologies.
Nah, he didn't cause any trouble at all. I'm the troublemaker. As a fellow man, I understand how moody you can get at that age. And he's got no Linkin Park to help him through it. It's no surprise he's
What was the
unsociable.
1986 equivalent of Linkin Park?
I have no idea, but we gotta find out soon. Ugh! I get called that all the time, too! I get called unsociable! Just like Kanan! Ugh!
You aren't unsociable at all, Maria-sama.
Ugh! Wanted to be like him. Ugh.
You said the meal was ready, right?
Yes! I'm sorry. Your meal has been fully prepared.
Shannon bowed again formally and returned to her duty mode. We realized that if we made her stick around for any more light conversation, it would actually make it harder for her to do her job. We got up off our butts to avoid interfering with her work any further.
Been asked the question, Matt, as a fellow man, does he make any sense, LMAO? The stuff that he was saying it had nothing to do with being a dude. Like, did what he said make sense? Yeah, but it had nothing to do with, like, being a guy. It was just, yeah, he's at an age where he's gonna be rebellious. that's a normal thing.
Yeah, he's 16. He's a teenager. Fuck teenagers.
It's like I have a family Zoom call that I do with my extended family about once a week, and my little cousin, who just got into college recently, like, never joins us, and her mom keeps on going like, oh, I don't know why I can't get her to, like, join the call with us. And I'm just like, she's 18! Like, I wouldn't want to do it when I was 18. Fine. Anyway. Oh, shall we go to the mansion?
I was almost killed by my chat. 1 second. I'm okay now. Alright, we're good.
Everyone's probably hungry, right?
Yeah. I'm so hungry, I could eat you right now.
I thought that we just got past that conversation topic.
God damn it. No, in the cannibalism way, not in the... Moving on. I'm really looking forward to Goda-san's food. That guy was apparently a chef at this famous hotel, so he's super good at cooking.
Ooh, I can't wait. Let's go, Maria. We're gonna stuff ourselves like pigs.
Damn it!
Stuff ourselves like pigs.
Make her go away.
No,
Oh,
she's here to
no.
stay.
Can't take everything Battler-kun says seriously, okay? He's always just joking around. Okay, let's go.
No, you know what? Let Maria eat. Let her eat as much as she wants.
Door.
That's right, door.
Under Shadow-chan's guidance, we headed back towards the mansion. No, we went through another door!
Door. I think there's one more door coming.
Yeah, we're probably about to enter
Nope.
the door.
Guess.
Don't they dare.
Nope, guess not.
Met once again by the magnificent rose garden, we continued onward as the intimidating mansion of the Oshiramaya head family came into view. It had apparently been built shortly after the war, so you could feel the dignity of an almost half-century hanging around it. The building was gorgeous on the surface, but old as it was, equipment such as AC and heating were apparently frail. According to Jessica, midwinter was especially tough. What with all the drafts. Haven't these people ever heard of a kotatsu?
You would think that's being rich as fuck. We would be able to just afford better heating.
Door! Bulk request? Okay.
Door!
Door!
Door never changes.
Did we already switch? Oh no. Oh, thank goodness, we're in the good style.
As we entered the grand entrance, an aged servant.
Good is a strong word for this style.
The better
Now
style.
him.
I think it is a good
remember.
style.
It's like, pick your poison. Genji-san, who had been working here longer than anyone, filled the role of head servant.
Battler-sama, it's been quite some time since we last met.
As our eyes met, he greeted me with a calm, composed voice. His bow wasn't as graceful or refined as Goda's, but despite its simplicity, it communicated his feelings well. How do you even know what his feelings are, Balor? You're not a mood ring.
Because he communicated them really well with that bow.
Oh, you got it. Never mind, I'm dumb. Genji-san! It really has been a while. You look well.
Thank you. I have been quite well. Battler-sama, you have become a splendid young man. You are beginning to resemble the master in his youth.
I look like grandfather? Oh, guess that means grandfather was pretty popular with the ladies when he was young!
Yes, and he never once tried to get with his cousins.
From here on, I will take Shannon's place and let you accompany grabbing my boobs.
It's a new novel now.
I mean, judging from like how big he is, he's probably got quite a pair under there.
Please come this way.
Shanan-chan bowed deeply and ran away. After that, we headed towards the dining room under Genji-san's guidance. Genji-san, just like Kumasawa-san, stood in stark contrast to us young people who had grown beyond recognition over the last 6 years. His appearance was exactly the same as in my memories from 6 years ago. Umineko about a rom-com? Man, I need to get a laugh track. I need to get a laugh track on my, my soundboard.
Yes, Battler, you've noticed. I have a portrait in the Ushiromiya attic, you see, that ages instead of me.
Well, that's creepy, actually. That's a horror story.
Yeah, that's Dorian Gray. Dorian Genji.
It was as though time had stopped since the last time we met. Genji-san was an extremely quiet and diligent person. He was basically grandfather's close aide or caregiver.
Or boyfriend.
And as you might even call him, grandfather's companion of many years.
Don't worry, they just live together. They're just roommates.
They're just best friends.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, they fucking?
In fact, it seems he was my grandfather's side even more often than my late grandmother was.
Oh, they
Hey.
fucking?
Oh, it's not subtle anymore. According to Jessica, grandfather trusted him more than any of his blood relatives. But I wonder how long he served. I never got the details, but I heard something about him being here since the very beginning, when this mansion was first constructed. Which would mean that he's dedicated half of his life to serving here.
Matt, would you like to take this one?
It's easy to see why he's so trusted.
I don't think this is Genji. I think this is Battler narrating.
No, I meant the oh, they fucking.
Oh, they fucking.
As we passed through a massive hall that extended up into the second story of the mansion with no separating floor, I spotted something that hadn't existed in my memory 6 years ago! You all ready? You ready?
Oh, I'm ready.
Ready? Because I don't even know what's gonna. I don't know what I need to be ready for.
Here we go, here we go, here
Here
we
we
go.
go!
Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. Yes. It was an awfully big portrait hanging right in front of the stairs that rose to the second floor. Without thinking, I stopped
One-winged
walking,
angel.
casting
Yeah,
the sign.
basically.
Since I'd stopped so fast, Maria, who was following behind me, ran into my back. Ugh. Sorry. Hey, Jessica. Has that picture always been there? I pointed at the big, prominently displayed portrait in the hall. Everyone else stopped too.
Oh, right. When you last came here, that hadn't been hung yet, had it? When was it again?
Well, if my memory doesn't fail me, it was put on display sometime around the year before last. You are correct, sir. April of the year before last, the master put it on display there, and previously ordered a painter to create it.
Grandfather did that. So he paid to have it painted just for him, huh? The portrait suited this western mansion, and that woman in the elegant dress gave off a sense of refinement. I couldn't have guessed her age, but her sharp eyes and the strong will she seemed to possess made her look youthful. She seemed somehow different from the composed, middle-aged woman you often see in famous paintings. If she'd had normal black hair, I might have assumed it was a portrait of my long-deceased grandmother in her prime. However, she had beautiful blonde hair, and didn't look Japanese at all. So, just who is this lady? Maria answered that simple question enthusiastically, as though proud she knew the answer. Ugh! I know. She's Beatrice! What?
Is that actually how it's pronounced?
So, okay. I'm actually going to weigh in here. The Japanese pronunciation of this name follows the Italian pronunciation Beatrice. But, Beatrice. But one of the things that I think the dub did really well is that the adults, the parents, all pronounce it Beatrice, and the cousins all pronounce it the more modern Beatrice. So, technically, both are correct.
I do like that as a localization choice. I think that's very cool.
Yeah, it's very well done.
Yeah.
Because it's the more modern pronunciation versus the actual proper...
It makes sense that the younger people would be more modern with it.
Exactly.
Okay, I'll roll with that then. I like that. I think that's a cool choice.
I agree. That's probably one of my favorite bits.
Beatrice. She's a witch. Did you ever hear stories about her long ago?
A witch? You mean the witch of this island? I think I already said this, but Rokenjima is a small island, only 10 kilometers in circumference. However, that's actually pretty massive considering that only the Oshiramiya family lives here. So, only the harbor and the area around the mansion were set up to be lived in. Beyond that, the island remained as untouched as when it was uninhabited. The vast and empty forest had absolutely no lights, phones, or people passing through. To understand how dangerous that is, you need to forget your common sense as a city dweller. After all, if you happened to fall down a hole in the depth of the forest and sprain your ankle, no one would come save you, no matter how much you cried and screamed.
Reminder that this
Don't
is
worry, that detail is never going to come up again for any reason in this story.
Pretty
Nope.
much. Also,
Go for walks.
this is 1986, so cell phones have not been invented.
Then, once the sun went down, the forest would be wrapped in complete darkness, since there were no streetlights. And, since there were no signs, it'd be easy to get lost and confused, losing your sense of direction inside that dark forest. And nowadays, most people see a forest as a peaceful place. But to the people of bygone eras, before the light of civilization drove out the night, forests were as geographically separated from civilization as the sea. They were oceans above the ground. Fishermen
what?
who would go out into the ocean are putting their lives at risk, despite their technical knowledge. In the same way, hunters who would go out in the forest are in danger, despite having specialized knowledge of their own.
Okay.
If children were to go out and play in such a dangerous forest, something terrible might happen. Someone's parents must have thought so. Maybe grandmother first said it, or maybe it was grandfather himself. Or perhaps the story's been passed down on this island since ancient times. There's a terrible witch in the forest, so you must not go in. At some point, this ghost story of Rokenjima was born. This is the legend of Rokenjima's witch. That's why, when we talk about a witch on the island, we're referring to the master of that vast and savage forest. Come to think of it, when I stayed at this mansion as a little kid, during those eerie nights when the wind and rain pounded on the windows, I remember being terrified by a story of the forest witch, who roamed around searching for human sacrifices. So, Beatrice, huh? When Aniki mentioned it, I searched my memory and was sure I recalled hearing a name like that when I was little. I see. Still, I totally forgot that witch in the legend had an elegant name like Beatrice. So, did grandfather go out of his way to have a portrait made just because we grandchildren didn't believe the story?
She's the witch from grandfather's delusions. Ever since he had this picture hanged, he's been having a harder and harder time telling the difference between truth and fantasy. To us, she's just a witch that exists in grandfather's mind, but to him, she's a being that exists on this island.
Kind of is just the plot of Dorian Gray.
Exists. He says he had that painting made because the rest of us would be incapable of understanding otherwise. The whole thing's creepy as hell.
Lady, this portrait is precious to the master.
Still creepy, dude.
Beg of you, do not say such things in front of him.
I know. Even if you didn't tell me, I'd never do something like that.
Was the writer a fan of Oscar Wilde?
I can't say... I do not know either way. I do know that he's a big fan of mystery novels, though.
Huh.
Jessica glanced at the portrait with an irritated gaze before turning away.
Let's go. Making everybody wait in the dining room.
Ugh, I'm hungry. Only a small portion of this island was controlled by the Yoshiramiya family. All of the lawless remainder was the domain of the witch, Beatrice. You might even call her the true ruler of Rokenjima. I felt a faint revival of that unsettling sense of misfortune, which I'd felt when I learned of the tutelary god's shrine being struck by lightning. And I remembered that Konosawa-san tried to tell an ominous story about Rokenjima before Jessica stopped her. I don't know what she was planning to tell us about this island, but I do know one thing. It isn't the Yoshiramiya family that rules Rokenjima. It's the witch, Beatrice. That's right. After all, this is the witch's island. Bella! Ugh! You're slow! When I looked around, everyone was already heading towards the dining room. I hurriedly chased after them. We met the witch! We walked up. Oh shit, double doors. What do we do for double doors?
There's still technically only one
I think we have to
doorway.
switch it and then switch it back really quickly.
Okay.
No, there's only
We
one
walked up to the
doorway, so I think we
double
just
door that led
switch
to
it
the
once.
dining room.
I have been talking and I forgot to hit push to talk. There's only
No, wait,
one
does double doors-
doorway, so I think it only switches once.
Yeah. Double doors, only one set of doors.
Okay. Genji's knocks just scared the freaking out of me. But he knocked.
Oh, sorry. I've brought the children. To eat. This is a different story now. Pardon the intrusion.
The doors were opened, and we were invited inside. And the sprite. The dining room, which looked exactly like you'd imagine a rich person's dining room to be, had a super long table that was obviously positioned with no purpose other than to make the guests conscious of their own rank. Our parents were already sitting in accordance with that order.
You're late, brats. Hurry up and take a seat.
The old bastard pressed us to sit. The only gaps in that group of people were spots we were supposed to sit in, which only made us feel our tardiness all the more. The seat at the head of the table, called the incipient's chair, was for the most highly ranked, reserved for grandfather, and it was still empty. He probably wanted to show up last for a dramatic effect. From the perspective of someone facing the incipient's chair, the seating order went from left to right, with the lower ranking seats progressing in rows of 2 further away from it. So, the left-handed side of the first row, closest to the incipient's chair, was where Uncle Cross should have sat, since he was second highest in rank. It looked like he hadn't arrived yet, so that seat was empty. Across from his chair, on the right side of the first row, sat the eldest daughter of the family, Aunt Eva, who was third highest in rank. The left-hand side of the second row was for the fourth highest in rank. There sat my damned old dad, Rudolph, the third of the siblings. Across from him, on the right side of the second row, sat Aunt Rosa, the youngest sibling. At this point, you might expect that their husbands and wives to come next. But nope! The left-hand seat in the third row, rank number 6, belonged to Jessica. Opposite her was George Aniki. Oh! Does Rudolph have a red? No. I just got a joke. It was funny, but it took me a moment. Opposite of her was George Aniki. I sat next to Jessica. And Maria sat across from me, watching me sleep at night.
She's got that little cat smile. She's just like,
She's so
nya.
scary. She's so scary.
She's just like, nya.
Then, finally, next to me on the left-hand side of the 5th row, sat Aunt Natsuki, the 10th highest in rank. Opposite her was Uncle Hideyoshi. Next to Aunt Natsuki, in the 6th row, in the final seat on the left-hand side, sat Kyrie. The seat opposite to Kyrie was empty, even though the silverware had been set there and everything.
God.
According to this rank system, that spot was where Aunt Rosa's husband should be sitting. Even though he wasn't supposed to be coming, his place was made up. Normally, ranking systems of this sort give spouses equal position to their partners, but the Oshinomiya family system was unique. Maybe it's a remnant of male chauvinism. If you start with the assumption that a woman's womb is just something to be borrowed, then the children of the direct descent would come first, directly followed by the grandchildren. In other words, spouses have no blood ties and are therefore placed at the end of the line. It's terrible, but by this system, my grandmother would be ranked even lower than me if she were still alive. In their youth, they obey their father. After they get married, their husband. After aging, their children. There's the old saying, women have no home in any realm. Long ago, when I was still incapable of figuring all this out, I thought it was so great that we could all chat in our little groups. Adult siblings with adult siblings, cousins with cousins. However, now that I can re-examine the seating order after growing up a bit, it stirs up some complicated feelings in me.
Yukishi is just begging pots and pans, like, let's talk about social issues!
Aunt Natsuki, who was married to the eldest son and was a de facto number 2 in managing this family, sat to my right, which meant that she was 2 steps lower than me in the ranking order. It was hard to imagine what might be going on inside her heart. And that's why I made a small apologetic gesture towards her before sitting down.
How nice to see you, Battler-kun. You've grown quite tall, haven't you?
Oh, yep. 6 long years of eating well, sampling various cuisines, and deriving sustenance from Mother's bountiful gifts. Hard work, but I pulled through.
Growing just like a boy, I see. How tall are you now?
I guess about 180 centimeters? But Aunt Natsuhi, that's where you're supposed to say. Heck, sounds like all you did was eat.
Huh? Oh, I'm sorry.
After a short pause, she did laugh with me, but it seemed she couldn't figure out what she was supposed to be laughing at.
Battler, your sense of humor is terrible.
This woman with the hard truth is Aunt Natsuhi. She's the wife of the eldest son of the family, and meaning she's my father's older brother's. Oh God. She is my father's older brother's wife. Is it simpler to just call it? Yes! She's Jessica's mother.
Cue that line from Spaceballs that's like, I am your father's brother's sister's nephew's uncle's cousin's former roommate.
What does that make us?
Absolutely nothing, which is what you are about to become.
Perfect.
What a good fucking movie.
Oh, it feels bad to say it like this, but while I didn't exactly dislike her, I didn't particularly like her either. She hardly ever spoke with us kids, and all my memories of her involve her talking to the adults about complicated things with a scary look on her face. Oh, in fact, since we hardly ever exchanged words, I spent a long time trying to figure out how I should approach her. Though my efforts seem to have failed in the end.
Things, Battle. It's basic algebra, you idiot.
He's gonna do really good on his college entrance exam. The silverware sat out neatly on the table, but the meal itself hadn't been brought in yet. As a general rule, you couldn't start a meal until the person sitting at the head of the table arrived. So as long as grandfather didn't come, lunch would be put on hold.
They're gonna be waiting for a fucking while, huh?
Not even the appetizers would arrive.
Where's our Olive Garden breadsticks?
Unlimited breadsticks! Unlimited breadsticks! Simply put, the silence in this room was caused by our parents enduring their hunger while they waited for grandfather to arrive. However, the grandfather from my memories would always show up on time to meals like this. He was the kind of person who would never be so late that it kept everyone waiting, especially after the entire group had arrived. Grandfather's pretty late. As far as I can remember, he was always strict about time.
Well, that might have been true 6 years ago. But it hasn't been that way lately. In fact, he's off in his own little world so often that he doesn't even show up at family meals. I figured he'd at least come down today. Then again, I feel a lot more relaxed and happy without him. Jessica!
When her mother scolded her, Jessica stuck her tongue out and looked away.
Meh.
No way around it. I might as well wait until our host arrives. When I glanced at the clock, I saw that it was almost 12:20. I am gonna eat some food. Who wants to read this while I eat?
Alright, take it away, Matt.
Have fun, Matt. I'll do the clicking.
Ushiromiya Kinzo, the aged family head of the Ushiromiya head family. This man could be seen in his study. Clock had already passed noon, but he didn't even attempt to rise from his seat. His spectacles on, he built up a glowing pile of books with elaborate bindings, which he then read intently. Couldn't really say that he was having too much fun to stop. Rather, he filled the room with a sense of impatience, or perhaps a sense of impending danger, as though every second wasted was a tragedy. In this sealed room, a dense dust danced— oh my god, say that 5 times fast. A dense dust danced through the air. It was thick with a stench of chemicals that exuded a mix of suspicious odors.
The source of his old man stink.
Those odors were somehow sweet and heavy. If anyone with a normal nose came in here, the first thing they'd do would be to open a window and ventilate this room. Knocking against the study door had been going on for a while. A voice calling, "Father!" sometimes mingled with the knocks. As Kinzo heaved a deep sigh, he snapped shut the old book in his hands and slammed it on the table. Then, he yelled at Kraus, who was still knocking on the door. "Silence! Enough with that racket, you fool! Who told you the door would be opened if you but knocked? Crucify the imbecile. You wish to suffer the same fate? Father, this is the day of the family conference, which happens only once a year, is it not? Everyone's gathered down below. Please, come out." Kraus called out to his father through the door. Enzo always shut himself up in the study, hating it when nearly anyone, even his family, entered the room. For that reason, Kraus had no choice but to call to him from the corridor like this. "Molest me not!" Just who is this everyone of which you speak? You mean the fools trying to drag me out of here? Kill them all! Tear them apart, use their bodies for firewood, and feed them into the witch's hearth. Put a pot in that hearth to boil the wormwood. Jesus Christ, dude. Force the imbeciles who dare try to lure me out of there to drink the broth of the apocalypse. I will soak their dregs in liquor. Ah, there is Genji. All for Genji! Have my demonic absinthe prepared. Whispering of the Green Fairy reaches me no longer. Where is Genji? Bring him here! On the other side of the door, Kraus, Nanjo, and Genji kept waiting for the master of the house, who stubbornly refused to come out.
Oh
Who are
my
you?
god, Kraus!
Okay, this is Kraus. Okay, cool. Okay, copy. I guess the suit looks comparable. Looks like he hates me to the core. Voice doesn't reach him anymore. Rhymed. I should be a poet. Instead, I'm stuck in this stupid fucking house. Kraus shrugged as though saying, "It's no use," and smiled bitterly. In the beginning, he hadn't really expected his father to respond to his calls. However, since it was the duty of the eldest son, he had tried as a formality. Enzo-san, your sons, daughters, and grandchildren have come to see you, have they not? You just let them see your face, if only for a short while. Shut up! Be silent! You dare to admonish me, Nanjo? I never told anyone to get you, I told them to get Genji! Call for him immediately. Time is short. The apostles are already readying their trumpets, so why can't you foolish sheep understand? Enzo slammed an old heavy book against the table over and over. The racket clearly expressed his great displeasure. Enzo put his spectacles down and flew up from his chair. He spread his arms wide open as if to sing to a packed opera house, as if appealing to someone, and yelled, Why is there always something in my way? I would throw it all away. I would offer up everything. There is only one thing I ask in repayment. Oh, Beatrice. Or Beatrice. Beatrice. Something to that effect. If I could see her smile but one more time.
That is how you talk to your lover. That is how you do it.
Yeah, you try 3 times to get their name right, then you go, I don't give a fuck. I would plunder the smiles of the earth and offer them all up to you. O commanders of the legions of Locust, reap the smiles of the earth. Everything is filthy, everything is irksome. Why must I suffer this impediment on the most precious of days? All for Genji!
Good
I
job.
have no idea what he's yelling about. Probably lost his mind by now. Hassan, isn't it a bit hard? Oh, I actually got hiccups there. Too much coughing. Take a drink of water.
Got 2 in character.
Yeah, too much coughing. Let me take a drink of water.
Take care of yourself.
Vaxercon in the non-spoiler chat says...
$10 says he's dead in a few pages. I'm counting on it, because that's not a voice that I can keep doing indefinitely.
Technically, I believe his voice is assigned to Sophia when
Yeah.
she's not eating.
That's mostly why I'm doing it way over the top, because I'm like, fuck it, Sophia will take it back over soon enough anyway.
Would you like me to take over again, or do you want to finish this part on
No,
your
keep
own?
eating, keep eating. Do not rush your eating. Eat well. Christ, isn't that a harsh thing to say to such your own father? My father's already dead, there's nothing here but a phantom of what father he once was. At any rate, as long as he has no intention of coming out... Oh my god. Hiccups.
I can take over, it's okay.
At any rate,
No,
as long as he has no intention of coming out of there,
Thank you, Han.
there's nothing we can do. Kinzo-san. Choking coughs continued to pour from the study.
You don't have to do those, Matt. Survive.
I'm going back downstairs. It would be a waste to let the fruits of Goda's prized cooking talent get any colder. It's one of the few things our relatives can look forward to when they come to this house. Humph.
Wait, was that a door?
Rouse spun around. He looked at his watch, mumbling and acting as though he had wasted time doing something he knew would be in vain. Genji-san, father is calling you. Keep him company.
Oh!
If you know what I mean. Certainly. Dr. Nanjo, let's go eat. But not Genji. Genji doesn't get to eat, except for eating ass. If we stay here any longer, this sweet stench will ruin our sense of taste. Without waiting for Nanjo, Kraus went downstairs. Genji urged Nanjo to go and eat. Nanjo glanced between the study door and Kraus's back as the latter disappeared downstairs, and then let out a deep sigh. Sorry, Genji-san, but I'm hungry. But please allow me to leave this in your hands. Yes, please leave it to me. Do what you can to avoid giving him alcohol. That's a habit that's far too difficult to break. Dude is fucking crunk. Is Genji not here yet? Who dares keep Genji from coming? Ah, where's Genji? Call for Genji! Please.
Please allow me to handle the situation here.
Go for
I'm
it.
good. My hiccups are gone now.
Alright. All
You
yours?
can still take some of these, though. Otherwise, it's just me talking to myself.
Alright.
3 ways.
Very well. Forgive me.
Oh no, Hana takes the character. Immediately leaves.
Oh, and then immediately dips out.
Nanjo, what you doing?
I'll take Kinzo if Sophia's not ready yet.
Okay, yeah, you can do
Fair.
Kinzo.
That makes sense.
Hold on, I need to actually clear space so I can slam my desk to get the actual Kinzo mood.
Here we go.
Now, who's saying master? Who is this?
That's Genji.
Master. It is Genji.
Genji! Why have you kept me waiting so long? You're alone, I trust.
am alone.
Kenzo returned to his seat in the study
yeah.
and pressed an old-fashioned switch on the table.
Should I, like, switch the music to some, like, sexy saxophone music?
Maybe a little.
Okay, 1 second. This is a gag worth going for.
Take off your pants,
Please.
Genji. We're doing this now. And by
Please
this,
don't.
you mean this old man.
Please hold. My jokes don't do very well because I take forever.
Your jokes are excellent.
Alright, this playlist is literally called Sexy Time Music.
I got you covered.
Alright,
Watch it just be that the ending song from the first part of JoJo Part 5, where it's just like super serious show, and then it rolls the credits and goes, every time I close my eyes, I wake up feeling so horny.
Oh my god.
An actual thing that happened. That wasn't a localization thing. That was in the Japanese. Love it.
I have the music playing for chat, so you guys can go on.
Next line. After a small delay, the heavy sound of the door unlocking could be heard. Kenzo was convinced that his family wanted to make a mess of his study. Which is his job with Genji. Or perhaps someone had once opened the window for some air and ended up scattering things that, to him, were important research materials, leaving him in a terrible mood. Kenzo had outfitted his room with a formidable lock, preventing anyone from entering without his permission, and thereby sealing himself in a jail of his own making. Genji, whom he trusted the most, was relatively free to enter the room, but even that didn't always hold.
As the only one who can hear this music, I gotta say...
Correct, Rin. If Kenzo was in a bad mood, even Genji wouldn't be able to enter. Anyone else would be limited to holding a conversation through the door, unable to even see Kenzo's face. And most of the time, they could hardly be called a conversation. However, this didn't trouble the rest of the family much. After all, it just wasn't worth the effort to disturb this aging family head, who was impossible to please and always stayed shut away, immersed in his research.
Now with this music playing, now we all just gotta say aging family head slower.
Aging family head? Taking advantage of his refusal to leave his room, they supported his isolation, putting his care entirely into the hands of the servants. Genji, my usual. I'm busy.
Yes, sir.
What a fucking read! Oh my god.
I'll take over the narration. I'm scared. Or do you want me to take over Kenzo? Where should I go?
Go ahead and take over the narration. And
Okay.
I'll see how much longer I can keep Kenzo without killing my throat.
Okay, here we go.
Genji headed to the corner of the study. There, suspicious-looking bottles boasting venomous colors were on display. They were actually liquor, but considering the shady atmosphere in this room, one might easily suspect them of being some ghastly poison.
Genji, bring me my ghastly poison!
Inside the study, the mysterious collection of books gathered by Kenzo had grown into a mountain. They were bizarre, ancient, or banned books, all of them either forbidden, cursed, or sealed. But if you tried to call them old books, Kenzo would fly into a rage and say,
Call them grimoires! Also, Seti, yes, Ghastly is in fact a poison type.
There were also many mysterious objects that presumably held some meaning with regards to black magic, like candles suspiciously melted and molded into strange shapes. The constellations drawn on certain celestial globe contained quite a few shapes that would draw puzzled looks from anyone familiar with today's night skies. The careless strewn about books contained many illustrations, all of them religious or mysterious, including some depicting demonically grotesque objects and bizarre diagrams of various magic circles. And above all, a sweet, poisonous smell filled the room, profoundly assaulting the eyes and noses of those who entered for the first time. Eventually, it must surely make a person go numb and lose their grip on reality.
Something about Lincoln Park earlier?
Genji, bring me my grip on reality!
Inside that study, Genji prepared Kenzo's usual drink with a well-trained hand. No one would even think of drinking such an ominous dark green liquid in that complex and ornate glass unless someone first told them it was alcohol.
Genji, tell me that's alcohol!
He poured a little into the glass. Then he placed a cube of sugar in a strangely shaped spoon and poured water from a
Oh,
What?
cube! Oh.
Nani? Strangely, when the transparent water was poured, the dark liquid turned a cloudy white. It was a strange optical illusion, as though the water had caused a chemical reaction and made the drink become an even more recognizable. Oh, that didn't go well. Nope. Then Genji added a couple original flavors that Kenzo loved, fine-tuning it. There was no recipe. Its success was measured only by Kenzo's mood swings. Did I drink the wine? Kenji placed the glass on a tray and walked over to Kenzo. By this time, Kenzo was gazing out the window.
Here, master.
Genji, I've told you, don't call me that when we're alone. I mean...
Sorry. Here,
Thank you.
daddy.
Okay, that got scary. We gotta go back to the normal music.
Oh my god!
Thank you all for playing around with us. Let's continue. You'd say poor Sophia, but I brought this upon myself. Yeah. That was my idea for a joke, and I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Visual novels after dark. Daddy, no. No. No! Kenzo had regained his composure and was now unrecognizable as the shouting, screaming, yelling man from a few minutes before. Looking at this man from behind as he tilted his glass and gazed down at the scenery beyond the window, he projected a sense of dignity and intelligence. To allow Kenzo to set his glass down at any time, Genji motionlessly waited behind Genzo and to his left, as though he were a living sideboard. Then, without averting his gaze from the window, Kenzo held out his glass. There was only a mouthful remaining. It was not a gesture intended to set it upon. The tray, but a motion to hand the glass over to Kenji. Yeah! Drink!
Drink, my friend.
Your words are too kind for me.
Yeah, I got some backwash in there. It's really gross.
Oh!
No need for ceremony between us. My friend.
Thank you.
Genji respectfully received the glass and inclined it a little to taste its contents.
Respectfully receiving.
Yeah,
After
that's
that,
what
he
they
gulped it
call it.
down.
I attempted to imitate your concoction, but no matter how hard I try, I cannot replicate the taste. The way you make it is pure relish.
It is actually the main
relish.
ingredient. It's relish.
That's why it's green!
Thank you very much. It is the fruit of your guidance, Master.
Kenzo smiled at his loyal subject, who refused to put aside rank even when asked to. However, he was not making fun of him. His smile was relaxed, as though chuckling at a close friend's old unshakable habit.
Close friend. You guys
Best
can't see it, but
friend.
I'm doing such finger quotes. We have grown old together. I stopped counting the years long ago.
It is entirely thanks to you, Master, that I have been able to live like this until today.
That's right.
Kenzo-
I won't even allow you to die until your contract is complete.
Capitalism! Capitalism! Kenzo gave a faint smile, as if to say he didn't need any flattery.
Until now, you have served me exceedingly well.
Actually, in this context, the conjugation is service, not served.
My sons call me eccentric. The servants that were once many have all quit in fear of me. Only you service me even now.
Your words are more than I deserve.
My life will not last much longer. My sons are vultures, lazily waiting for my inheritance to fall into their hands. Kraus is a fool who squanders money like water, who throws away 2 gold coins to obtain 1. And then he has the gall to claim that he's earned money. Eva is a slave to money who thinks of me as a mere chicken. When I die, she plans to use my bones to make a broth.
It would be a delicious broth, my lord.
That dunce Rudolph just wants to fool around with women. Rosa bore the baby of a man who came from nowhere and about whom we know nothing. Jessica is incompetent and uneducated. George has none of what it takes to be a man. Battler is a fool who threw away the honor of the Ushiromea family. And Maria is Hey, that's not it's not her fault the Ham-Hands is mean to her. Why
I
is
like
the...
that he had, like, all of these legitimate, like, semi-legitimate reasons. Like, at least, like, feasible reasons why somebody could be mad. And it was like, and then the youngest one's ugly!
Right? To be fair, the rest of you have been saying that about her in this art style since the start.
That's
Yes,
true.
no, this is the first time that I've, like, really connected with this character. Is when he was like, yeah, that character is not well drawn.
Why is the Ushiromia blood so incompetent? Is there no one worthy to inherit the glory that I built? Ah, of course, I know. This is part of Beatrice's curse. I know it. Ah, you golden witch. Are you trying to take a revenge against me in this way? Oh my god, this is actually really hard on the throat.
Would you like me to switch in? You take over narration?
I don't know. Guys, I'm gonna ask. Chat, what do you guys think of my Kinzo voice?
I can shriek. Look at this poor old man crying, though. His sprite is, like, kind of pitiful.
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna let chat decide. Should I keep going? Are you guys enjoying my
Definitely
Kinzo
not
voice?
Keep going if it's hurting you. I will say that. Like,
Yeah.
you can keep reading him, but I would definitely switch up the voice if it's physically painful.
Alright. I'll... Thank you, Curry Babylon. Yeah, I'll trade out. I'll tag out to Sophia.
Okay. You can read the, take over the narration.
I'll be the narrator.
Take out! If you hate me, then do so! If you want to run away, then run! I won't let you go! 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 You belong to me! You must always be in my arms for all my life! You must stay in my birdcage for all eternity, whispering only to me! Beatrice, I won't you smile back at me? Oh! Oh!
Wouldn't that be quite the plot twist if, like, after seeing the fucking picture of her outside, we eventually met Beatrice, and she was just like an actual bird. The birdcage part wasn't a metaphor, she's just a bird.
Because beaks can't smile, Kinzo, that's why.
We've solved. Alright! Case closed, we solved Umineko.
Alright, onto the answer arcs.
Okay, here we go. Beatrice! Woo!
Alright. Oh, right, I'm narrating. Sorry.
It's okay.
After howling, Kinzo choked once again. On Genji set the tray and glass down and rubbed his master's back. Genji's facial expression did not change. It was always like this.
She's a golden finch, not a golden witch. Oh, no. Thank you, my friend.
When his seemingly deranged fit subsided, Kinzo regained his composure once again. It was like seeing two different people. A wild Kinzo, gotta throw a Pokeball at that one, and a composed Kinzo, that one's in your party, living together inside one body.
And so, I have decided. I cannot bear to spend my dimmed remaining years procrastinating like this. If I have one final coin to bet, then I choose to abandon it to the whims of the demon's roulette. The power of magic is always determined by the risk of a gamble. Like visiting a shrine at the hour of the ox in the ancient Japanese sorcery, to nail a cursed doll to a tree. Magical power is produced specifically because of the risk that it will be seen within the 7 days the curse takes. The greater the risk, the stronger the magic power will be. Many miracles that happened in myth might be called the crystallization of shocking magical power, with a low probability of occurrence and astronomical risk. That Moses parted the waters of the sea was not a miracle of God. The risk of that desperate situation, cornered by the soldiers of the Red Sea shores, weighed upon the scales of slaughter and gave birth to that miraculous magic power. If that same thing occurred again on the same scale, the sea would surely fail apart. After all, Moses was able to magnificently summon a miracle engraved on but one of the countless, innumerable results of the roulette of those with power. This is the force that can triumph over astronomical odds. Indeed, good fortune that can grasp miracles is a magical power itself. To obtain this mighty power, one must face the risk of despair. Those who possess no magical power may call that desperation rather than a bet. Y'all learning about magic today? Did you know all this, Matt?
Yeah, I'm learning a lot from this. I've actually been taking notes. I have my can of absinthe right next to me that I'm ready to go. Like, just whenever.
Alright.
However, people who truly do possess magical power can grasp of that miracle and make the enigma come into being. And if that power exists within me, I'll seize that miracle. I'll have a chance of making the wish I devoted my life towards come true. I like this line paired with a picture of the ceiling, by the way.
Kenzo looked up to the sky outside the window. He spread his arms as if appealing to someone up in the skies. But not God, because he just went off on this whole thing about how Moses wasn't really doing miracles of God.
If only I were capable of grasping that miracle. Oh, Beatrice! Beatrice! Show me your lovely smile once more. No matter how much time passes, your face does not vanish. I just want to see your smile. That is all. I'll return everything you granted me. I'll return all the glory I've gained since that day. I don't need fortune, prestige, or gold. I'll return everything you gave me. I just want to see your smile. I beg you, Beatrice! Woo, 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 woo!
His nonsensical yells became a scream, and then a wail. Like a blue whale, just huge.
Woo!
Kenzo slumped to the floor, staring at it with both hands. Genji had no choice but to wordlessly watch over his lamentation.
We did it!
We did it.
Okay, I think at that note, we're at 8 o'clock, so we've been going at this for like almost 4 hours.
Yeah, it has, but it's been fun. Alright,
Is
It
it
so
a
really
nitro
has.
infused can, Matt? Yeah, it's basically just what's that drink you get from Taco Bell?
I would not know. I have never been.
It's that one that everyone always talks about. I don't drink soda, so I don't actually remember it, but Baja Blast. Yeah, Baja Blast is I'm pretty sure that's just absinthe, right?
Sounds right. So if we're winding down, before we go, I have to know, Matt, as we have established, you are completely blind to Umineko. You know nothing about it other than what we have done here
literally
today.
nothing.
What, in your opinion, who is most likely to be the first murder victim, and who is most likely to be the culprit?
Most likely to be the first murder victim. I think. Can you open up the characters again?
Oh, okay, hold on a moment. Ta-da!
Okay. Let's see. It's gonna be one of the high-ranking members first. So, and Kraus was next in line, right?
That is correct.
I think Kraus or was Ava the one right below Kraus?
Yes.
Kraus or Ava, I could definitely both see. Being the first victim. Said it could also make sense to kill a servant first, just to like establish, hey, bad shit's happening, but then also like have it escalate even further for the other people later when they think or when they realize that they're coming for everybody. As for who done it, I mean, I suspect there will be murders committed by multiple people. Who would I think would be the first murder culprit? I mean, George definitely kills someone in this book. George is too nice. He's definitely not.
There's
Not gonna
something.
stay that way.
There's something being hidden in that yellow suit.
Yeah,
Right?
it's...
I mean, obviously, like, the butler did it is, like, one of the go-to things, tropes, and mystery stuff, so one of the servants is going to also commit a murder. I find it most likely that it's one of the two women and not one of the two men, because I think the two men are both, like, set up to be intimidating in some way, shape, or form already. Though honestly, I think what's the young boy's name?
Kanon?
Come on.
Anon. I think he's definitely got like the potential to be like a heroic character. Like a distinctly heroic character.
He can like throw fertilizer at someone. He can't.
Yeah. I would not be surprised though if Shannon kills someone. So I think victim either Kraus or Ava. Culprit either Shannon or I'll say or George.
Of course,
And-
we all know that the true culprit is, of course, Beatrice the Golden Witch.
Of course.
Alright, so chat, while we're all here chatting. Oh, Hana, wait, we have to pick out the worst hands.
Oh, yeah.
So we're gonna go through all the hands, and Matt, you have to pick out the worst and the best. Chat, you have to
Worst
help.
is not even difficult.
Worst is?
We can all agree, yes, oh my god, Maria's terrible.
I honestly think that the hands was worse to Goda than it was to Maria.
I'm making a poll.
I mean,
Chat, get
okay,
ready.
if we're comparing one to the other, then yes, Goda got the worst switch from, like,
He got the worst
look,
glow.
to hands.
What's the opposite of a glow up?
Yeah, the glow down, or...
Yeah, he got
Whatever.
the worst.
Because Goda looks totally fine in, like, the more modern visuals, but, like, his hands are also awful.
Yeah. A dim down. Let's go with that.
Hey, I'm Doug Dimdown, owner of the Dimsdale Dimdown.
I'm putting Rudolph in.
Eh, you think Rudolph? I mean, I do think Rudolph is a pretty bad one, too. Like, that
Rudolph
back is just so unnatural looking.
like, okay, Rudolph is like,
Chat, please vote, by the way.
he is 20 years older in ham hands than he
Yeah.
is in Patchy Slot.
The winner
Our
for me
options-
is still gotta be, like, because we're not talking comparisons here, we're just talking the worst hands, and I
That's
say
true, that's
Maria,
true.
hands down.
Yeah,
Ham
okay.
hands down.
Hands down.
God.
I have a poll up in chat, and it's like 20 more seconds on the poll.
I
Is
voted.
Is it Maria,
Oh shit, I didn't vote.
Is it
I didn't
Goda?
vote.
or is it Rudolph?
Okay, there we go, now I voted.
Maria, Goda, or Rudolph, chat? I see one of you agreed with me. One of you agrees with me. Alright, it's Maria. Okay. Okay,
Alright.
you win that. You win this one.
Hell yeah.
Alright.
And-
The best ham hands.
I actually have
Honestly,
the
stand-
objectively correct answer on this one.
Yeah?
Best ham hands is Battler, because ham hands does not have that one fucking sprite.
You know what? You got a point there.
No, I appreciate Ham Hands Battler, but I still don't think that he looks good.
No, but
I think
he
Shannon
doesn't
has the
have
best one.
he doesn't have the one Patchy Slot sprite that he had.
Okay, but like, can we bring up Shannon and just acknowledge that Shannon Ham Hands actually looks good? Like, not even just like, okay. Not even like, oh yeah, this is passable compared to the other ones. Like, that's actually a good sprite.
Yeah, okay. I'm with you.
Shannon
there.
is really cute. I'm
Shannon
gonna vote.
is-
I'm voting Rosa, by the way. She's my favorite.
We'll also say my personal runners-up after Shannon are Ava, and who's the other person who was like talking with Ava with like the highlights in her hair?
No.
Yeah, her.
Natsuhi?
Natsuhi's really good.
I like hers.
See, I like Natsuhi until
like
you actually
Shannon,
look
it's
at her
not even
ham
close. I
hands.
think Shannon is
But
best.
okay, but then you have to look at Natsuhi's ham hands, and that kind of ruins it for me.
Okay,
That's
listen.
true.
As a aspiring artist myself, as someone who is learning to draw, hands are the fucking worst.
Oh yeah. I have nothing but respect for artists doing shit like that, but also doesn't mean that we're not gonna criticize it when it's bad. And it's
Also,
bad.
the poll is up, by the way. We have Battler, Shannon, and Rosa for the best ham hands.
Alright, I put my vote in.
Put my vote in.
And I absolutely agree. Like, hands are really hard to draw, and like, I had to give it out for Ryukishi. Like, he wrote this, he edited it, he edits it, he picks out his music, he does all his pictures for the backgrounds, he draws every single sprite. Like, he's a one-man team. So.
Oh yeah, no, I have nothing but respect for
Yeah.
Yukishi. He's really
Absolutely.
good. You know who I don't respect?
Who?
George.
It's a highlight.
Hey,
Piss
everybody!
suit. Piss
The poll-
suit.
The poll has ended, and we all agree, Shannon, best ham hand sprite. She's also just really cute, and like the picture's just really well drawn, honestly.
Yeah.
And to be clear, as much as I was memeing her boobs in the other one, I think she's also my favorite sprite in the modern images, too.
Okay, good thing you brought that up, because we have our last question is gonna be who has the best boob physics in the
Oh,
modern
Wait,
team?
boob physics! There's no physics in this!
Who has the best boob physics of all the characters here? Who
Okay,
would you
can we go
recommend?
through them one more time?
We may. Okay.
I want to answer this, but I can't
gonna go
answer this
slow
because it's literally
crawl through
spoilers.
Mm-hmm.
It's literally spoilers.
Jessica actually looks good in this style, actually. Now that I'm looking at her, like, looks cute.
One thing I do that upsets me about Jessica is that in the original, her skirt is so much more interesting.
I agree, the skirt's good, but oh my god, that fucking corset is so bad!
Honestly, I'm not... Okay, ignoring boob for a bit. Wow, who am I saying that?
Who
I
are you?
really like Eva's Pachi slat design. Because, like, the little lines at her eyes, she looks like someone who is, she looks like she's trying really hard to cover up her age, but she is also getting older.
The
Yeah,
reason why I'm not certain that Shannon's my favorite of these modern sprites is because Eva's so good. Eva's sprite is so good.
Like, it is...
I have to agree with you too. I can't decide between them, so I might put them both on the poll. It'll just be a 2 poll.
Alright. But yeah, no, Eva's is... Like, Rosa... You couldn't tell me that she is a teenager, and I would believe you. That's just the standard anime teenager art style. Eva
I don't know
actually
if I agree with
looks...
that. I think there's a look to her face and a way that she holds herself that doesn't look like an anime teenager.
But, like, Eva... You take one look at this design, and it instantly communicates to you the entire character.
Yeah, that right there is a character that would be voiced by Allegra. Boom.
Yeah.
She's got that kind of, like, sass that Allegra's got.
When I was
Poll's
voicing
up, by
Eva...
the way.
When I was voicing, I actually was trying to keep in mind, who I want, or what I was doing for each, voice. And what I was doing with Eva is that I was trying to make sure that every single word she said sounded like it could be, like, a backhanded insult. She is...
Yeah.
Whereas my Kyrie voice was just trying to sound too cool for all of this.
But okay,
Chat's got my
so
back on everything that I say.
okay, but chat thinks that Shannon has the best. Okay,
It's
so
also
where
my
does
vote.
all Shannon stands here is what I'm getting.
Hell
Oh,
yeah.
absolutely.
Shannon's my waifu out of these people. Absolutely.
No, Shannon is... She is absolutely my favorite of the human cast.
Yes, I agree.
Don't worry about that, chat. Don't worry about what I just said.
Well, we've had a pretty good time here. Do you have anything else that we need to discuss about Umineko?
Actually, can you bring up Kanon's portrait again for a minute?
My son.
seriously, his arm never fucking gets tired.
Yeah, there's another visual
He's
novel
waiting
that
for
I'm
the golden
reading.
finch.
There we go.
There's a visual novel that I'm reading with one of my roommates called Ever 17, and one of the characters permanently has his hand, like, behind his head with his elbow facing upward, like he's trying to be casual about something. You know, like the casual, like, kind of look. He permanently has, like, that in every single sprite. So, like, you gotta imagine, like, there's no more blood left in that arm.
See, in his ham hand sprite, actually, in Kennon's ham hand sprite, his arm over his abdomen, he looks like he's, like, about to do a formal bow. Which,
I actually like that better.
yeah.
Like, this might be the only one where I actually do like the ham hand sprite more than the modern sprite.
I feel like
The
it,
ham hand sprites is so much softer in this one.
it conveys who he is a lot better. Like, this one, I don't even know what he's doing with that hand. But ham hands, he's bowing. And it's like, yeah, okay. You just look at this guy and you go, okay, he's a servant, he's small, he's soft.
Well, yeah, his modern one makes sense if you drape a towel over his hand. With no towel draped over his hand, it's like, well, what the fuck are you doing?
Okay, you know what? Yeah, he looks... if you draped a towel there, he would look like he's bringing you drinks. And you know what?
Yeah.
Okay, I get it. But but yeah, the look to him...
Go back to Ham Hands George just for a second.
Soft.
Oh.
That's all.
That was it? Okay.
At least the fucking PS3 George isn't wearing radioactive Mountain Dew suit.
No, true.
True.
Yeah, PS3 George actually looks quite good. Like, even the modern George looks kind of weird.
Yeah.
Just the piss suit. It's like, also his eyes are just a little bit too far apart.
Yeah.
No, why would you say that? Now I can never unsee it, and I have to go through 8
Also,
of these
I
novels,
think...
Matt.
Okay, hold on.
You didn't see it?
Is it just me? Or is,
Oh,
like,
no.
the bridge of his glasses just, like, a bit off of the line of his nose?
Oh, yeah.
Oh no.
So it's just, like...
Oh
It's mostly fine, but there's just enough weird details that it's just... Like, okay. No one
Can we go back
likes
to Shannon
George.
just for the aesthetic reset? Just to, like, reset ourselves aesthetically and be back at, like, happy place?
I'm not sure George is my happy place, but yeah.
That's what I'm saying. We need to
back
go back
to
to
Shannon.
Shannon to...
We're back to
Yeah,
Shannon.
okay,
reset
okay.
ourselves.
There she is.
Yeah. There.
Also, it's kind of interesting if you can switch between, like, if you look at Pachi Slot Shannon, like, she just has that opening in the front of her dress. It's kind of weird. But then in the Ham Hands, it looks more like a slit in the side of her dress.
Yeah, you can kind of see it over here. There's one buckle, but you can't see it like in the original. It looks like you're right. It looks like she has like a you can like clasp that closed.
Yeah, it looks like there's a slit in the side of her dress,
Well,
rather than
yeah,
the...
it also looks like if she didn't have her leg forward like she does in the Ham Hand sprite, that the dress would just naturally be closed.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It would just fall together.
Which is like what I'm kind of thinking in that, like, the Pachi Slot designs are just a little bit hornier than I feel like they should be.
Well, yeah, that particular detail looks like somebody saw the other one and didn't understand what the function of that part of the dress was, and just ran with it.
Yeah.
All right. I'm sorry for keeping you on. Now I've definitely kept you for exactly 4 hours. So thank you both for joining me tonight while we read
No
this.
problem. I had a lot of fun.
I had
Yeah.
a blast. Thanks for having me.
So chat, I'm gonna drop both of their socials down. 1 second.
Sophia, if you ever want to have me on to read another Arrowgay, just let me know.
I will offer... I will offer the same if you ever want me to read more Umineko.
We're not reading an Arrowgay! We're not reading an Arrowgay!
We're a little bit.
So for chat, Fox Hana is the one who was streaming in a spoiler. How do you describe your chat? Spoiler safe, as in you can go spoil things over there?
Okay, you know, I'm just gonna say it. My chat is witch chat, and if you don't know what that means, you should not be there. But only for Umineko. Most of the time, my chat is chill and fun, and not related to Umineko spoilers at all.
Run, sell your chat now.
And I'm not online right now.
It's too bad I already pinged you.
My chat is a chat where I play Elden Ring for increments of 9 hours at a time, every once in a while.
One of these days, I gotta get Elden Ring.
It's very good. It's very, very good. That said, if I'm being honest, I probably won't be streaming a lot this week. Work's kinda drowning me. So I will probably stream at most once this week. We'll see.
Oh, Kuri Babylon, thank you
So
for that follow.
everyone give Matt a follow, give
Welcome.
Hana a follow. We've already decided where we're gonna go for a raid, so I think Hana and I are gonna go set that up.
Just so. Just so. If I can find where I put the thing.
Our next Umineko reading will have different guests. It will be next Thursday.
Uh-oh.
It'll be next Thursday, so keep an eye on my schedule, okay? And I will announce the guests soon enough. We'll try and make this a weekly thing. We'll try and do this every week until we get through the whole story.
Alright.
Which will take a really long time.
Yeah, we'll be doing this until, 2040.
Till the next Umineko chapter comes out.
It's finished. It's okay.
Oh, until the next one comes out.
You know what? I've been hearing stuff about the Higurashi new stuff that makes me think that might not be far off.
You know what?
Ooh.
Wait. He could at any time just be like, oh, but alternate universe.
There is at no point he could easily just say, here's another chapter, and make us all cry again.
It could be done. I am gonna go talk to my chat real quick, one-on-one. Check in with them, send them off, and then I'm gonna send them off to Laika. So, say goodbye to chat.
I will do the same. So thank you all for coming. We're gonna go raid Laika now, and I will see you guys.
Wait. Alright, one moment.
Right.
Thank you both for joining me.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
And raid.
Okay, everyone. Just you and me now. So what did you guys think? Did you enjoy it?
Aforementioned deaths. Oh hey! Thank you for the raid, Hana! Thank you so much! How was, you were playing Umineko, right? You and Sophia? Oh my gosh! So many things! So many people, places, things! I too have visual novel time going on. But Umineko, that must have been